Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 Oceania Challenge. Hosted this year in the City of Sails, Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, the Oceania Challenge has been taking place over the last 3 days with play at the Newland Bowling Club and Royal Oak Bowls. We're up to the final now, the final day, and we're watching the final of the women's triples. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm joined today by John Macbeth again in the commentary booth. John, can you talk us through this final and what's going to happen?
Well, as you can see there, Australia represented against Samoa. So a lot of the smaller nations are involved here, and Samoa have got through to the final. This final of the women's triples will be, as the rest of the games have been, 2 sets of 7 ends each. And if the winner is undecided by then, we'll have a tiebreaker of up to 3 ends. So the Samoan team in the blue, and that's their lineup there with Angela Beaumont. She'll be off the front and has already bowled her 2. Sinara Watt is at 2, and Tia Moka is their skip. And there's Tia down the far end. She plays out of the Papakura club. Oh no, she's at Homai in fact. This is Sinara Watt out of Papakura. They both play out of the county's centre. So this is a big thrill for Samoa to get through and reach the final against a high quality Australian development team, which has on the front Olivia Cartwright, Kate Argent Bowden is playing at 2, and their skipper is Chloe Morrison.
Should be a good match, John.
Well, I think so, Alex, because we've seen some remarkable games here right throughout the 3 days, as you've mentioned, but through today when we've had the men's and women's pairs and triples played, some, what you would say, upsets, some sensational play by some players who really are club players but representing their countries here. And this is a case with Samoa.
Yeah, we've seen, I think, and it's been great, some what you would almost class as upsets, John.
Yep.
As this tournament's gone on. Players often from the Oceania region don't get the opportunity to play either as much bowls or against as many people as we might in New Zealand or Australia. So I think one of the things that's really cool about this Oceania event is it's actually giving that wider Oceania region that opportunity to play with and against each other.
Well, I think just the fact that we had Norfolk Island peers in the women get through to the final, that's with the fabulous and so well known Carmen Anderson, one of the great names of world bowls, but out of Norfolk Island, and with her Shay Wilson, 25-year-old, who's been to a couple of Commonwealth Games, and then you think of what places like Norfolk Island have got from the bowling facilities, and in fact, as Shay said, everyone will be watching this, it'll be great, big hi to the club there. So it's brilliant for the smaller nations. And later on we'll be hearing probably from Brett O'Reilly, who's the newly appointed president of World Bowls, and there's no doubt their emphasis is on boosting the sport in smaller nations. I see lovely weight for the opening of this. They haven't played on this rink before. The Australians have had a pretty good tournament. Haven't always made the finals. In fact, one of the upsets was that the Australian Open pairs combination, we talked about them a lot yesterday, didn't reach the final. In fact, I think they played off for 5th and 6th or
yes,
something.
Yes, they did, yeah. And that's look, they've won the Australian Open pairs, one of the biggest competitions in the world, and on this occasion weren't quite able to make it out of section play. So I think it shows that the standard of play has been good. Look at this from the Samoan.
Ripped it right back.
Oh, how good.
Almost to the ditch.
Well, decisions. That's
one under measure.
One to Samoa there. What a bowl.
You expect most of the aggression to come from the Australians. They are not afraid to play with weight. Now is he just getting it close enough to the jack? You don't want to move the jack, of course. Very gingerly moving it across. That might be 2, 1. Just the 1 it was. So a good start there for the Samoan team. They were down a 2 or 3 on the head when that last bowl came in.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with the way that's begun.
This is Angela Beaumont, who plays from the Mount Albert Club in Auckland. Collapsing on the ground. This will be quite nerve-wracking for these players, all of them. Big final.
That's clever. Did you see the sign language there from the Australian lead? She indicated like an accordion for short, and then held her hand up in what I thought was a loser signal, but long, short or long. That's quite good. A little bit of sign language there from the Australian lead. I neglected to see what length they opted for. Long. So they're looking for a long end.
Bang down that centre line.
It feels almost like a good bowl, John.
Yeah. So Angela will be keen to make amends. Sometimes having the jack is such an advantage. Oh, she's turned her back on that already. So just a bit of deep breathing needed.
She'll be very disappointed with that bowl.
I've talked to some of the players who have played in finals here, and they've really all found it thrilling, but also quite daunting. Most of them haven't been in the situation before of playing in a final of a sort of sizable event. This means a lot.
That's a beautiful bowl. Just not getting it away as nicely as she would like.
That sort of the knee sort of thumps into the ground, doesn't it? A wee bit
on the
but that's the way she plays it. She's played really well. I've kept an eye on the Samoan team through, and certainly hasn't been a weak link there at all. Just a matter of getting through those first couple of ends. But as we keep saying, there's not much time. It's not like an ordinary, sort of 15 or 18 end triples match. You've got to score. You've got to be on song right from the start, as we're seeing here from Olivia Cartwright.
Yeah, that's a nice way to start off the front, isn't it? You put one on, one behind. How often do we talk about that for the leads, John?
Often.
Good line. Yeah, it's a nice first bowl.
That is a really good line, because if it had touched the shot, it would have moved it away, and possibly they'd settle for the shot itself, as we see Kate Argent Bowden. Her name is in the program here incorrectly as Argent Brown, so I think she's been called Brownie a few times now. So
yes, I believe that Bowls New Zealand or whoever did the program is responsible for her new nickname. So, and years to come, in 20 years' time, when we're talking about
Brownie,
you go up. I have the story about why that happened.
Yeah, good line again. She's going to have the weight to get up for that. Nicely played. That's a really good bowl. Just a bit unlucky. Handy spot though.
A very nice shot. I quite like these the bowls, John. Seem to be more popular. They're not, I wouldn't call them a split bowl, but they've got the the lines running through them, this particular model.
Look at it coming down just all over the place, isn't it, with
Yeah.
those lines? Yeah.
It's not even split into
No.
two or three.
Lightning
It's just
strikes
got
through. Oh, no.
blue running through. And yet we still have this perception of just having the
Black.
solid bowls. Yeah, they're the rarity now. They actually, you would almost get black bowls to stand out on the green. Ah, lovely. Something we've seen in every game at this event is the sportsmanship. And even there with the Australian skip passing Samoan skip the bowl, there's just that mutual respect. You were saying too, John, you've in conversations we've been very impressed with the Australian team ethos and the
Absolutely.
culture
Oh,
there.
first rate. I think all teams could learn a lot from the Australians. I mean, as an example, we just had presentation of 4 events before this game started, and some of the Australians were standing there with their caps on. They all wear their caps. They're proud of their caps, proud of their uniforms. But as soon as one of the anthems started, and it wasn't the Australian one, a couple of players still had their caps on, and the manager just gave them a dig in the back and said, "Caps off." You know, it was. And afterwards, after matches, when teams beat them or, you know, don't win or win another match, the Australians are over shaking hands with their opponents or other teams that have been successful, and it's really created a very positive impression over here. So good on them. They're not just learning about bowls, they're learning about competition. They're learning about winning and being a good winner and a good loser. And it doesn't do you any harm at all.
Just asking those questions.
Jackaroos, that's the nickname for bowls in Australia, the national teams.
I wonder how long they've been the Jackaroos for.
It's a few years now. It doesn't seem all that long ago when they started it, but it's probably about 20 years. We should ask when we have Neil Dalrymple comes up a bit later on. He'll possibly know. Well, we should warn him. We're going to ask you, when did the Jackaroos start?
So what was it there in the end?
I can just see a single go up there. That's handy that Joseph is close enough to the board and writes big enough print.
So one apiece as we enter the third end of this final. The first of 2 finals we're broadcasting today. Of course, this will be followed by the men's pairs.
Yep.
The men's pairs final.
New
Yes.
Zealand under 26 and Tokelau.
Looking forward to that one.
Yep.
You know, the first New Zealand lawn bowling team at the turn of the beginning of the 20th century, John, was called the All Whites. They were the first ones to have that name. Of course, now belongs to the footballers.
Yep.
Not happy with that bowl. Right, here we go.
Just trying to relax Angelo. It's a bit more comfortable with this one.
Got that one out much nicer. And this is a good line. Good bowl. Oh. Well, looks like it's on a good line again here.
She just needed to take a metre off, didn't she? But
Clear it. She's cleared it.
oh, gee.
Just passing through.
Yeah.
It's a cruel game, John. Sometimes you get a little bit of hope. You think, oh, maybe it's going to be a good bowl that I've played, and you just find a gap.
And you know that if it doesn't hit something on the way, it's not going to be a good bowl. Look, when you're ordering new bowls, and I haven't done that ever, but the manufacturers tend to say any logo, any design, you know, it's open slather. So for people watching and thinking about taking on bowls and saying, where's the white, as we look at the very colourful Samoan uniform, Tongans, of course, in their red, and you know, all the nations have got butte shirts and colours, and then the bowls, well, there's that one that's just been delivered by Sanada Watt is probably black, but the rest have all just such vibrant colours.
Absolutely. You can design your own logos often if you've got something that means a lot to you. That's a beautiful bowl.
Yeah.
Got to be careful here, Samoa. This needs to be an effective bowl.
So you'll remind me of who it was playing in the Bowls 3-5 or one of the competitions we had, who had his grandfather's date of birth and death.
Yes, it was Twilight Bowls.
Yes.
And it was Adam Bailey.
That's right. And the chap he played with, he was the one who had...
Well, I'm halfway there.
Yeah, that's right. And I thought, that really... So every time he picked his bowl up, there was that, you know, just reminded of his grandfather, who he had a lot of time for. They had a fantastic relationship. I often thought he didn't respect him too much because he drove like crazy, and I thought at some stage he's going to split one of those bowls. Just back to this game now. It's a couple to the Australians. You see the men's...
Lee Warburton.
Absolutely right. Yep.
Just come to me.
Yep. Yeah.
On a computer screen.
Very good player. Oh. Doesn't want to
This
cook
is
this
close.
too much. Yeah.
Now.
Oh, that's good. That's certainly three.
Yeah, tuck the jack behind the corner.
Samoa realises, any team playing against the Australians here have realised, if you give the Australians a 3 or anything approaching that, on, you know, 3 or 4 on an end, then they just tend to take advantage of it.
So that the lead bowl, Samoan leads bowl at the bottom of your screen is coming quite handy.
And so's this.
If it sits down, she's calling the shot.
Yeah, and it goes.
Absolutely beautiful shot.
Tia Moka from Homai Bowling Club.
One down. Maybe attack it. Well,
only problem is I think it's best to draw. Yeah. Actually, no, yeah. Play here, play up to yours. Get the inside of me, that works too. Yeah.
lots of conversation there, John. Opting to decide to play the back end in the end.
What does she think? She's watching it closely. No sign, or she knows it's starting to cut now. If it won't be up there, I don't think. It's one of the opposition now. Can you do it again? Just snuck around that left-hand bowl and produced a perler.
It's out of
just a bit finer, but she's got her own bowl to sit on if necessary. Not that one, I'm talking about the one that's a bit closer up.
There was a mighty effort.
Yeah.
Let's get out of jail free. Well, it's not really. It was a well-played bowl, but Samoa was on the back foot for the vast majority of that end. They've scored a 1. They lead now 2-1 after 3 ends of 7 in this first set.
They were 3 down on the head. So the coaches for the Samoan team are John Patello and Fauma Sanele, and the managers are Pat Bell and Raffaele Lotomo.
Some support there. What do you think they're talking about, John? So we've just seen the jack misdelivered, so we'll stay on this angle for a little bit. Talking that much. Oh, have they seen themselves?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Live on television. Panic.
Wave. There he goes. Good.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's the little things, eh?
Oh, did we have an incorrect jack thrown again? Did we?
Yes,
I didn't
we did.
see that. I was watching other
That-
things.
That's why we were watching the audience for
Yeah.
a little while, those Samoan supporters.
Coaches around will be saying, "Oh, well, Angela, getting it away well, but you're unsteady, But that's the way she plays her bowls, and if she's comfortable with that, then that's cool."
That's how it works sometimes.
Yeah.
Looking frustrated in the background. It is a lot of pressure, isn't it?
And you're so exposed at lead. Olivia Cartwright, she's looking good on playing that hand. And Tia goes up, stands alongside the jack, sort of in the zone that she'd like that. It's a long day for the bowlers. They wandered out into the foyer area here at the wonderful Royal Oak complex, and they've got some comfortable leather sofas out there, and 2 or 3 of the Samoan women were just sitting there with their eyes closed, because they started at 6, didn't they? They're here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you're here early, and we've had some long days.
Yeah.
For the love of the game. This can't be far away here if she's got the running.
We noticed yesterday that on this rink that by about this time or a bit later, that it was taking more green out on that forehand side for the right-hander.
As it cooled down, we thought, didn't we, John?
Yeah. And we might just see this zip across. It'll give us an indication of, yep, there we go. But lucky there to strike something, but certainly it's taking more green.
It's almost as though it picks up speed as it turns in. It's quite an aggressive turn. Lovely rink, and I think this whole green, and as well as New Lynn, the chat has been about the standard of bowls that we've seen from all the teams has been quite high, and I think easier to do when the facilities are like this.
Yep.
This is close.
Yeah. I thought she was a bit short when she was halfway
Oh,
down. But
that's a mighty bowl.
that's really short.
What a shot. Outstanding.
From 3 down to 1 up. Very good bowl there from Sanara Watt. Playing at 2 for the Samoan team. Their singles player was Faybel Clark, and she teamed up with Jana Savov in the pairs.
Jana from the Mount Albert Bowling Club as well.
Yep.
Famously won the Bowls Auckland Champion of Champions singles. That means you've won your club singles and then your or the club
Beaten all the other
winners go.
champions.
She won that in her second year.
Wow.
Actually, may have even been her first year of bowls, John, and it's not that long ago, so a lot of talent.
Well, I think among the Cook Islands team there was one of the women players was a first or second year bowler. She's got the same line, hasn't she?
This is close
Yes,
here.
coming again.
That's exceptional stuff. What a bowl. Holding 2 now. Story of taking your opportunities, isn't it?
That's a good line too.
Very smooth delivery, Chloe
Yeah.
Morrison.
We're going to get hooked up on her own. Might get a wee feather. No, not quite. Good bowl there too, but Samoa holding 2 after a very sketchy start to this, the 4th end. Is she giving anything away there? Not much.
Not a huge amount. We're just
No,
waiting for
no.
this bowl. Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Or maybe that's why.
Yep. One to play.
Big moment in this final, trailing by 1. The Australian team.
Tighter line. Looking to drag the jack back to her 3. Not going to. No, still remains at 2, so a very tidy end from Samoa after being 3-0 down on the board, on the end, and then we see the 2 Sanara Watt step up and Tia Moka also. So a couple to them, and we're 4 ends gone, and it's Samoa leading by 4-1.
Good mathematics there, John. I was trying to...
Yeah, it's 4-1.
Oh,
Have I got it right?
yeah, that was entirely my fault.
Yep.
We're a professional outfit here at Bowls New Zealand. So a 3-shot lead in 5. Be getting exciting for the Samoan supporters.
That looked much better delivery from Angela. I mean, it's been a bit of a struggle for her, but it came out of the hand better, I thought, from the shot that we saw.
I wonder if their coach might suggest to Angela that perhaps she try playing her backhand round the clock.
Yep.
It can be easier of the 2 hands. So forehand, we talk about going away from your body. So for right-handers, it's to your right, and a backhand is to your left, which is across your body. Often we find in bowls, for whatever reason, that the backhand is the easier one to get away nicely, and I wonder if perhaps that might be an option for the Samoan
I
lead.
wonder if Sanara's saying that down there. She's just gone up to her lead. Yeah, I think there was a discussion point there, absolutely. But and I think her skip was pretty much saying you stay with whatever hand you like.
Yes, it's just easier to get away for whatever reason.
Yeah, that won't be a bad weight actually. Might even come up for shot.
Yeah, nicer bowl.
Yep. So, yeah, there's no harm in playing a favoured hand both ways when you're leading.
Particularly when you're leading, John, because there's very rarely is there something in your way when you're leading. So if you feel like you let it go nicer one way or the other, you may as well. Sometimes I have to go straight up the middle. Good bowl.
Plenty of room to draw, and with the way we saw Sanara draw on the previous end, she'll take advantage of any gap that's there. Look at this, nicely round.
It's a nice bowl. Very steady bowls, hasn't it been, from the Samoan skip and 2 in particular.
Yep.
Interesting. See just to the right of our screen, you can see there in the side Aiden Takarua, the New Zealand skip of the triple. They're playing Australia on that rink, and I watched them playing pool play, John, and it went to a tiebreak. New Zealand won 12-2 in the first set, and were defeated by 3 in the second set. And On end 3 of the tie-break, New Zealand were 4-0 up, and I was sitting next to the New Zealand coach, Mike Kernahan, and the New Zealand team played a loose-ish head, but it wasn't horrific.
Yep.
And I said to Mike, well, the good news is there's no way we could possibly drop a 5 with this last bowl of Australia. We might drop a 4 and see them play back towards us for a deciding end. And the Australian skip Cohen played a bowl, and all of our bowls folded out, and all of the Australian bowls folded in, and we dropped a 5 to lose, and I excused myself. I said, sorry, that's my fault, and called back into the commentary booth.
Wow. They dropped a 5, did they? Gosh.
So a bit of revenge, I think, on the mind of the New Zealand team. Certainly, I haven't spoken to them, but I imagine that would sting a little.
So that's a playoff match?
Yes, it's the men's triples final on the to the right of our screen, playing alongside the women's triples.
Yep.
Look at this here from the Australian too.
Yeah, this is the number that the Samoans have faced this before. They're probably 3 down.
We saw that slice from the Samoan skip.
Tia.
Okay,
yeah.
On the first end, I think it's almost a repeat of that being called for here.
And following this, we'll have the pairs final, men's pairs final.
Yes, for Tokelau and New Zealand. Tokelau defeated the Aotearoa Māori team on a third end of a tiebreak in an absolutely epic semi-final earlier on today.
It went on and on, didn't it?
It did, yeah, it did. It was incredible, and it's been a feature of this Oceania Challenge. The number of tiebreaks I've lost count. The crowd gets quite excitable, don't they, John, as we look at this ball. Needs to turn. Oh, maybe it needs to hold. I'm not sure if it was the best result. Clunking onto that.
You can see us say too heavy. Four-1 down Australia, but holding 3. That could be extended to 4 now. Maybe not. No.
Interesting.
Yeah, change of hands. Looks a more awkward shot, doesn't it? But
Oh, it's come out as smooth as silk.
it's up to weight now, isn't it? Just a bit heavy again.
Overcooked.
Yeah.
Opportunity for Australia to steal the lead off Samoa. Going into the 6th end now. Chloe Morrison will be looking to draw a bonus.
So it's just a measure of this back bowl here that Kate's getting on to, and then work it around the others to see how many beat that one, or is that one closer? No. So,
well, that's the question.
Yeah.
Our cameraman Max, that's a nice shot there.
Yeah. So it beats that. It beats that. Beats that. So what was that? 3. No.
I don't know.
1.
1.
It was 1.
Goodness gracious me. Oh, and welcome, Brett.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, John.
I thought they must have taken 2 out, and I didn't see it because from our camera angle, it looked like they were 3 down.
Oh, that would be
just a single. So that was not as bad as it was looking for the Samoan team. They're going well.
Oh, we saw that head shake there. So, Brett, we've had a couple of conversations as this Oceania Challenge has gone, and we're drawing to a conclusion of this year's event. How are you feeling about how it's been run and the reception you've had from the islands, etc.?
Look, I I think it's been fantastic. I think it's been a really good evolution of from last year's event. There's some things that we'd do differently for next year. Probably maybe look at a time limit on some of the sets just to get through the games a little bit quicker. Maybe some of the scheduling's been a bit tough with players having to sit around, but as I pointed out to some of the players, that's what happens in Com Games and World Bowls. But no, I think it's been overwhelmingly positive. It's been great having the Australians here. Just had a conversation with Phil Jones, the president of Bowls Oceania, who would like to see an Indigenous Australian team in here in addition to the Australian side, so that's a nice angle.
Well, yeah.
And just having some conversations about, we'll probably use this as a qualifying event for World Bowls, and which will be in 2027. So how might we come up with a qualifying framework that still encourages New Zealand? Oh, great bowl.
Well, she's really struggled, hasn't she?
She's been so nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. You can sense it.
She came. I was just sitting down ringside before, and she came off, and she was actually physically shaking.
Yeah.
Obviously for some of these players, this is the biggest situation.
Oh, yeah.
And playing on television.
Yeah.
For a lot of them, it's quite intimidating. So nice to see her settle down. And I know a lot of the Samoan team have been getting around her and just say, "Come on, just relax.
Yeah.
You're okay. You'll be fine." So that'll be a big confidence builder for her.
Yeah.
I watched this Samoan team play yesterday at New Lynn. They beat the New Zealand women at New Lynn, and they played some really good bowls. I mean, Tia Mohi, the skip, played some great shots, and Sonara is always very steady,
Isn't she?
In the middle. So look, and there's another good bowl. Just a little narrow, but well weighted. Another bowl on the head.
Note that she's has continued with the backhand round the clock, John. I think we saw that switch on the previous end. Just for whatever reason, it is easier sometimes to let the ball go on the backhand.
Yeah, I think, the arm's a bit closer to the body, and sometimes, if you are feeling a bit nervous, it feels a bit more of a natural action. Good bowl coming here.
She might have she might have the shot again with the jack coming back. We've had this event's been played in New Zealand again this time. Is it sort of a permanent home for it? Are you hoping to spread this around?
We would like to move it around. One of the challenges is, I guess, the quality of the greens in the Pacific. That they tend to be pretty slow, and so that's an issue. We want to play them on good greens, so it's a good standard for people. But I think also air links and the cost of air travel is a big issue. Most of the countries have direct flights to New Zealand. In fact, all of them do. Of the countries that are here, with the exception of PNG aren't here, but if PNG were here, they'd have to fly via.
What a catch a bowl from
Sonara. Just in time. So I think, John, in the short term, New Zealand, Auckland Tamaki Makaurau is a logical location. What we do know is that Bowls is going to be back in the Pacific Games in 2029 and 31, because in 29 it'll be...
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, that's outstanding bowl.
Great.
That's unbelievable.
I got nothing.
No.
So, that'd be good.
Yeah, so one of our intentions with the Oceania Challenge was to make sure that there was always international bowls available each year for the Pacific countries. So we definitely plan on holding one next year. 2025 we'll have Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. All the Pacific countries will have an opportunity to play there, so we probably won't play the Oceania Challenge then. 26 we'll look to have one then. 27 will be World Bowls, probably in the Northern Hemisphere. And so...
Move Chloe down.
she got the air bowl. So still 2 to Samoa. So 2027 World Bowls, Northern Hemisphere, probably won't have an Oceania Challenge that year because it'll be pretty costly for the Pacific countries to get there, though not all of them will have a chance, will be able to play in that, because there will be a qualifying restriction, or a number of countries restricted. 28 probably Oceania Challenge again. 29 will have the mini Pacific Games in the Cooks, and 2031 the Pacific Games in Tonga, and Tonga have committed to building a new bowling green, I understand, as part of that. So So I feel like, this is contributing to the real momentum of the game in the Pacific. Great to see so many young players playing in a number. I mean, two of the players in the Tokelau team, two of the women players, are first-year players. I mean, it's just remarkable. But they said, look, we want to invest in the future.
Yep.
And so they've encouraged them to play. So I think that's amazing. And I know the Tokelauans, Tokelau have never participated in the Commonwealth Games. If we can see the Tokelauan flag in the Commonwealth Games with their bowls team, that would be a really cool thing. That would be very, very cool. And so
this all just backs up your stated intention yesterday of getting more bowls for
that's
bowls
blind.
for Pacific
I'm
Island
sorry, that's
nations,
just a bit
smaller nations.
That was it's fortuitous there.
Yeah,
No,
totally.
no one clapped.
Yeah. No, that's
Although it's gone back on the 2 metre mark,
Yeah.
so I'll take back my.
yeah, but they've got 2 shots out of it now when it was a bit of one of those bowls that you have in bowls.
Yep.
Is that not the? It's a Samoan bowl, isn't it?
Oh,
on
it
the
is
2
too.
metre mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes,
of
it
course.
is.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So we're okay.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
the end of the world.
What do you
It's
mean
not
we're
the end of the
okay,
world.
Alex? I get a sense of bias a little bit here in the commentary.
I've said it
position.
before. I'll say it again.
Look,
Well,
I think they are the sentimental favourites with the
without
crowd,
doubt,
and I
yeah.
think if they were to win, given that the Samoan women are making their debut in the Oceania Challenge, we didn't have a Samoan women's team last year. If they could come out with a gold medal, would be astonishing.
And look, they find themselves 3 shots up in this first set on the last end. So you're agonisingly close to ticking one of the boxes, aren't you? If you can hold on here for Samoa.
Completely. Oh.
Jeez, that struggles with the jack delivery, but they're going short, that's for sure.
Here's a weird thing.
It was her shot that won it. Got it
I don't
too.
think that'll be up. That won't be up.
No.
Often the jack throw is one of the things that we can struggle with as bowlers. And a little psychological trick if you are struggling with your jack throw, and say you've got a challenge on your forehand, because often if you can't deliver if a jack is a challenge, the forehand's also a challenge. Visualise yourself delivering the jack on the backhand.
Yes.
I think I'm playing the backhand side here,
Yep.
and it'll come out.
And I think the problem there was she was visualising it on the forehand, Alex, which has been where she's obviously had the yips a little bit in this game. So
Karen Murphy there has just had an input. What do you think she would have spoken about? Look, are we going for a really long end?
I think it'd be the
would've-
other way,
Yeah, I
actually.
would have thought they'd go short because the Samoan players have tended to be through the head,
Yeah.
and yes, it is a short
Yeah.
end.
Yeah.
Good that you've got that experience as Australia to use with Karen Murphy as the coach. She's played a few games of bowls over the last 30 years at a
Yep.
reasonably high level.
Yep, definitely one of our greatest players of all time. Right, so come on, Angela. Oh, no, she looks like she's going to play the forehand.
I don't know. Oh, she is too. Yeah. She must be feeling all right with that. Short end, not quite so much green. Rocks it up nicely. That's a good opener.
Good
for
weight.
us. Yeah.
It's a good opener. There's Pat Bell in the background. Pat's been he's been playing, but very influential in bringing this Samoan team together. It's always very tricky, the cost of getting people here, visas, and so Pat and John Patello have been the two people that have been really in behind the scenes working with Rudy Meredith and Eva Tiatia in Samoa to try and get this team here, and so I'm very grateful for the work that they've done. And it's great to see both men and women representing Samoa in the Oceania Challenge.
And the men's triple took us the Australian triple that we see play in the final to a tiebreak, I believe, and lost it 1-2. So a fair effort at the Oceania Challenge for the Samoan team this year.
Absolutely, and Gary Willis, the Australian coach, said they were a little bit fortunate. I think Cohen Litvin got a particularly good result, which was a little lucky. And he said, the Samoans had played very well. Skipped by Don Faifua. This is where it gets a little dangerous for Samoa. They just got to get a really good tight bowl in here, don't they? To
Defending a 3-shot lead. You'd expect the backhand.
Yep. Yeah, Sonara's pretty experienced.
Looks to be untroubled with anything, doesn't she?
Looking like she's a bit tight.
Yes.
She's a pretty good weight.
Shorter end.
Yeah, it'll be second shot, I'd say. Close to, maybe third. Yeah, good, definitely good speed. I don't think that's going to reach.
No. I'm sometimes reluctant to say anything about speed with the design of the bowls. So they look to be going slow.
It's always very. I find it very tricky judging the speed on inside.
The light plays tricks on you as well sometimes.
Sonara again.
Diffused.
She's gone narrow.
Ooh, yeah. Don't want to let this slip now, Samoa.
This happened a little bit yesterday against New Zealand. They lost the second set. They won the tiebreaker, but in the second set they were 3 up and dropped to 3 to lose the. Oh no, sorry, they were 2 up and dropped to 3 and just didn't show good game management. Let's see what happens here. So
this is lovely bowling from the Australian team.
Yeah, it's good bowls.
You've protected the attack with that bowl at 12 o'clock.
Well, you can imagine Tia might just come down the backhand, and particularly with those 2 bowls to the left of theirs, and just get in it. She only doesn't need to win the end; just needs to stop the opposition.
Second or third shot's good fishing.
Essentially, that blue bowl that sits at 5 o'clock is your jack. That's what you would visualise as a Samoan skip.
Backhand's probably the hand to play, as you say, Alex, because you've got plenty to sit on there.
Very nice delivery.
Definitely a better line.
Great line.
Going to be close here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's possibly a bit heavy, but it looked for all money like it was going to be dropping onto that bowl at 5 o'clock to the jack.
Well, I can see the opportunity here.
And how
coming inside that black bowl was turning that out. Maybe get a 4, win the set.
Goodness.
See what Chloe Morrison can do.
So forehand. Ooh. Not totally confident looking.
Looking like it's going to make it.
Backdoor job.
No.
Fell out. Oh, she's saying change your hand.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I'm not sold.
No.
Can we go out with a sign?
Oh. Okay, everyone close your eyes. All Samoan supporters, close your eyes now.
Play the same bowl again.
Yeah. And then when she creams it, we'll say what a great call that was.
She's on the right line here. It's down to the weight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sort of.
Enough, is it?
Well, it's the difference between they need 3 for the draw, 4 to win the set. Holding 3.
Holding 3. Okay. Gee.
So how costly was losing that jack?
Yeah, exactly.
The set has just been potentially ripped away from Samoa. This bowl here to really rub the salt in.
She looks to have gone very wide here.
Not to be. It's a poor bowl.
So out come 2.
A split first set. It's a measure.
I was about to say that Samoan had ripped defeat from the jaws of victory, but I feel like we might have a drawn set here, so I think both Samoa will be relieved at it, and Australia be feeling a little bit disappointed if it's just the 3. Imagine if it's just 2.
Definitely 3. Now measuring for the 4th. 4.
No, 4. Oh, okay.
Oh, gee. Well, there you go. Great end there for Australia to take the first set by 6-5.
Yeah, very reminiscent actually of the end I saw against New Zealand yesterday. Just not getting a tight bowl there, and yesterday again Tia was just a little bit heavy with her 2 bowls. I do question changing your hand there. When you've got, when you've already played a bowl on one hand to change again. But, these are good players. It's not like you can't.
Yeah, sure. And of course, as the skip, she sort of could have said, look, I like it here. I wasn't far. How far off was I last time?
Yep.
Come down and have a look.
Just get our scoreboard right at Australia 6. Yeah.
Well, one can hope.
Yeah. Australia 6 and Samoa 5.
Sorry, team. I'd been paid some money by the Samoan supporters.
Yeah, I can understand that, Alex. As I said, I think they're definitely the sentimental favourites here. But yeah, just a bit of an experience there. I think just not. I guess they were drawing to the head and they just didn't draw close enough.
Yeah.
But particularly changing the skip's hand after you've played one. Anyway, we're into the second set. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this format. It's quite refreshing, I've found, with the 2 sets of 7 ends, because you play your 7 ends of bowls, and it's like everyone takes a deep breath and you're starting again. You're starting from scratch.
So, Brett, we hope you enjoy your time. Will we be chatting to you during the Champion of Champions singles? Are you around for that as well?
I will be.
Yeah.
I'll be there, and I've just was out at Browns Bay this morning. We just did a venue inspection and with Pete Sheehan, the president there, Neil Dalrymple, and the greens are looking magnificent. All I think in the probably 16 to 18 second pace. A lot of the competitors are already here. There were a lot of them practicing today. Some have been here already for about a week. So putting in a lot of work, a lot of practice around that. So I think that's going to be a really good event, and obviously a high quality field. People like Lee Schreiner, Aidan Takarua, Leanne Paulson, Ross Owen from Wales. You've got some very good players there.
And very happy to report for those tuning in to watch this on both the YouTube channel and Sky Sport that there will be 3 games broadcast every day of that World Champion of Champions singles. So plenty of bowls, high quality bowls to watch with the national singles champions from all around the world at Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Starting at 9.
I think I said yesterday, John, I, as a New Zealander, am feeling cautiously optimistic with Leanne Paulson and Aidan Takarua, who are both exceptional players, particularly on the quick greens, which we're going to have at Browns Bay, to see that the Silver Fern reach the pointy end of that competition.
Yeah, I watched Steph Branfield, daughter of Pip Branfield, well known to New Zealand bowlers as an England international. Steph was in New Zealand 2 years ago at Nine. And she was rolling up today and really enjoying the greens. So there's some good players, but definitely there's some hometown advantage for Leanne and Aidan, and we wish them well.
Yep, indeed. Well, it's sad to see Angela Beaumont just sitting down there. She's trying to get herself together, and she's just had her second bowl was picked up from out of the rink. She'll be wondering what she can do, and it's about time when maybe a coach just says hello and go back to what you know best.
Oh, look at this here from
Sonara.
Yeah.
Well played.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah. Mind you, when the back end's playing well, so the good thing is that Beaumont has got one bowl there in a very good position. Hers is the bright yellow one.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised she swapped round and playing forehand again, because she's played some good bowls on her backhand. So yeah, it just surprised me a little bit that she then, this coming in this direction last time, she drew a really good shot on her backhand. So, maybe just stressed and looking for the best.
The harder you try, sometimes.
That's right. Just trying to find the best line, but actually you just really need to settle down and just get some balls on the head.
So I wonder who's got the shot. Do you think it might be Samoa? Yeah, they are. I think it's finger up from Sonata. Just draw another one.
Easy.
Yes.
On the forehand. Well, the line.
It's on a great line.
No, it's going to die. Beautiful track. Look at that. It's essentially going to finish. Yeah, perfect track if she'd added just a little bit of running.
Blink. No.
I was a little bit. I watched the women's fours final last night, and I was surprised. Chloe Morrison's got a very good drive, and I was surprised how often she fell short when they had sort of attacking opportunities. I mean, and so whether it's just being in two minds playing on this surface, which is a bit different to Australia, I'm not sure. But there was an example where they've got all the catches behind, or most of the catches behind.
Yeah.
And you fall short. And obviously she's quite frustrated with herself as she was last night in the fours, so perhaps just hasn't worked out entirely the sort of weight to play on the surface. But anyway, it's 1 to Samoa.
So identical start to their first set. It's the Samoans who score first, and now the jack to be sent down by Angela Beaumont. I don't think she'll be putting it really short, which is what the Australians were keen to do. Ooh, she's going to stay in. She now breathes. Hello.
Oh, just measuring it out just to make sure.
I'd be very surprised if that's not up.
Yeah.
Bit of wishful thinking.
Yeah. Perhaps she just wanted to get a bit of exercise and have a wander.
Get the steps in. That's one good thing about bowls. It's a nice passive exercise. First roll up of the season, I usually try and move around the next day and go, oh, some muscles I haven't used for a while.
A good opener here from Angela Beaumont.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good bowl.
Quite a good crowd here inside. You can see some activity there, and all round the greens, seats are taken.
A lot of people in the clubhouse. The barbecue's going out the back here at Royal Oak, so I think people are enjoying their time and seeing some amazing bowls. Gosh, the quality in some of the games has been simply outstanding.
Just a tighter line this time from Beaumont. Again, her weight wasn't bad, but just turns her back and walks to the bank, picks up her drink bottle. She's got one nice bowl in there though, and that's of value to a team which really we thought would have won that first set when they were 5-2 up. They dropped to 4. Nice correction here from Olivia Cartwright.
Yeah, good bowl. So, Brett, we've spoken about the World Bowls ranking system and the fact that this Oceania Challenge holds some points towards that. Can you talk the viewers through what the ranking system is?
Sure, thanks, Alex. So we have a ranking system for World Bowls Series events. World Bowls Series is a joint venture that World Bowls has with an Australian company as our partner. We rank events in different categories: platinum, gold, silver, and this is a gold event. And the players, and there are different ranking points available, whether it's a singles event or a team game, pairs, triples and fours. And those players accumulate those rankings over a 12-month period. Our plan is for 2025 we will have an end-of-season world event for the top 12 men and the top 12 women. I think it's fair to say we're still coming to terms with which events should be ranked and should be platinum, gold, and silver. There's some suggestion these are selected teams, so it's not an open event where everybody has a chance to play, and so maybe rather than being a gold event, it should be a silver event. But we felt for this first year it's a great opportunity for Oceania players. So we're still working our way through that. We have had world rankings before, but never for as many events as we've got now. And so the New Zealand National Championships are in the World Bowls Series rankings, and we really want to encourage clubs and countries to put their events up. We've had events in Hong Kong recently, the Hong Kong Classic. That was a selected event. We've had events like the Lion City Cup in Singapore. We'd like to see the US Open featured. So over time we build up events around the world. It creates interest. It's an opportunity for those events to attract sponsorship because it is part of the World Bowl Series.
Yep.
And it gets governments interested in funding events when they're seen as part of a World Series. And indeed we've seen that in a couple of countries already. So early days, but I'm pretty pleased with the progress. I think we'll see Briar Atkinson, the New Zealand player, really rocket up the rankings after this tournament, and also her performances at the Hong Kong Classic, which is great to see for a young player. And I think it's created a lot of interest amongst players and supporters around the world and what we're doing.
Thanks, Brett. The Aussies have the upper hand in this particular end, down by 1-0 on the board, but they won that first set. This is the final of the women's triple.
Just not quite feeling it.
No.
Yeah, it's just to play a reaching bowl.
Yes, and then she doesn't want to move their own yellow bowl. Oh, has she got it? Oh! There wasn't a gap there.
Where was the gap?
Yeah. So it's a couple, I think, there, what we can view. Morrison not happy with her first. Not sure she'll be thrilled with this either, is she? Is it going to come in for her? Now they're crouching, thinking it will, and it does. And it will count or not count? Not count. 1, 2.
Just see here.
That didn't count, so that's good. For Samoa's point of view, they drop a couple.
So 2-1 the score.
I think what's been good, just back to the rankings, Alex, I think what's been good is to see that, we've already had a fair bit of movement in the rankings. We've seen Australia, Scotland and Malaysia with the number one ranked player in the men's rankings. Kelsey Cottrell, the great Kelsey Cottrell, has continued to be the number one in the women, but we've seen a lot of players, Nor Farah, Ian from Malaysia, who'll be here for the Champion of Champions this week, along with Izzat, who's the number 2 ranked player in the world at the moment from Malaysia. And we've seen the Kiwis up there, Selena Goddard, Taylor Bruce, about to see Briar Atkinson. So it's good competition and good to see so many different countries featured.
How often are the rankings updated, Brett? How does that work?
Basically, we're trying to update them monthly, Alex. We rely on the tournament organisers getting the return to us, with the results.
Who's done what?
And then they need to be audited just to make sure that we've got everything right.
You'd be suspicious if you see someone's gone first, second, third, and fourth.
Yeah. And validated. And sometimes sometimes we don't get the names quite right through that system, but it's getting better. So I think we'll see the next big update will be after the World Champions, which is also a ranking event. It's a platinum ranking event because it's obviously it's an open event, and we've got players that have typically won a club event, a central or district event, a national event coming to Browns Bay and Auckland this week. So some great opportunities for players to gain ranking points. And I've been thrilled that some players are using those ranking points to try and get personal sponsorship and get people behind them, and that's great because it's a game where people have to commit a lot of time and often a lot of money as well. So if they can use the rankings as a way of finding commercial partners and supporters, that's good.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see in 3 to 5 years for a lot of our New Zealand players who have this whole generation coming through who've been very successful at international level. It would be nice to see some of their success leveraged and allow them to play more bowls and bring that silver fern to more events around the world.
That bowl from Angela Beaumont, as you saw, came in a mile from out there. You could see her skip sort of waving it in, saying, you're too wide, and look where it finished up in shot position.
I think it's one of the things that's often deceptive with these indoor surfaces. They tend to be a little bit slower, but the bowls still turn a lot. And I think the players often start playing that tight line and they get punished because the bowls do turn a lot. So I think we'll see this bowl from Sonara will come back a long way, just a little bit overweight, but again that'll be back on the centre line. Pretty good catcher there.
Yep. So the Samoan team playing in the final of the Oceania Challenge. Bit of a frown there from Kate Argent Bowden, playing at 2. Skip gives her some applause though.
Clean run. Oh, just got a little snick. So Samoa still holding.
That men's final, I see the second set has started. New Zealand are up 1-0 after the first end. Not sure what happened in the first set.
Australia secured the first set.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Had a lot of battles that New Zealand under-26 and the Australian Performance Pathway team over the duration of this Oceania Championship. Cohen Litvin and Aiden at skip and the triples had a mighty battle.
Absolutely.
Section play.
How many New Zealanders are living and playing in Australia? Have you got? Do you keep a record of that sort of thing?
I don't, but there are a lot, and I think a lot more to come. In fact, a couple of the players playing in this event are Australia bound, who are from New Zealand, and so I think, look, it's a good opportunity to play over there because you just get such high quality competition, day in, day out. And I think most of the New Zealanders who have gone there have only improved their game as a result.
Well, you're playing 7 days a week basically, aren't you, and working in the bowls environment, which is what these Aussies here have said. None of they're all working, but they're working in the main within clubs.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the exceptions actually in the Australian team is Sammy Atkinson. She's a people and capability manager for Emirates Leisure in Australia. Actually, she used to work for Fonterra, she was telling me.
Okay.
And Jack Lewis is a golf greenkeeper. But yeah, the opportunity to be able to live and breathe bowls, working in clubs and we've obviously had a number of New Zealanders, Ryan Bracey, Richard Gervin, Blake Signal, Peter Bellis, who have all taken advantage of that opportunity, and it's only improved their games. Not that Peter really needed any improvement, I might add, or Rowan, but I think for young players, wanting to get that regular play, and highly competitive play, it's a great opportunity. Seamus Curtin's in Adelaide. I talked to Finbar McGuigan. It sounds like it's in his plan eventually to get there. Same with Caelan Hewler. So
big bowl here for Australia. I mean, they may well be down 3 shots here on this end.
She's caught wide here.
Getting quite frustrated with herself.
Yeah.
The
time to capitalise by the Samoan team with Tia Mura. Excuse me, Tia Moka. Oh, she doesn't look all that impressed either. But if she sits on the inside of that short bowl, it's not going to reach. Not quite going to reach. That little flick there. What do we get? Just what? 3 it is?
3 there.
Well,
as we enter end 4 and 2 of those bowls with the Samoan leads. It's not a funny game, certainly if you were to look at the 6 players. She's certainly not played to the best of her ability, and 2 of her shots counted then, so it's about timing, isn't it, Bowles? It doesn't necessarily matter how many good shots you play. If you can get a couple at the right time, they can be extremely valuable, as those were.
And as we often say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So, I mean, if she can play the next 2 or 3 ends really well, they can secure the set, and then in the tiebreaker, it's game on for everybody. So
backhand,
staying on that backhand.
Yeah. It's going to be in a good home here, I think. There you go. Run it out.
Beautiful line.
Line was perfect, wasn't it? Yeah. Give us some inspiration. Olivia Cartwright plays the other hand, her forehand.
Nice line. You'd expect the backhand to be the call here. That bowl's not really in the way.
Yeah, if anything, it's a pretty good guide, Alex. If she can just get around that bowl, you're going to be in the money.
It can be helpful sometimes, can't it? When there's just, you go, oh, I know if I can just sneak past it.
Or hit it
sneak past it, or square.
Yep.
It was a well played bowl.
You look down there and the bowl's not very wide, is it?
No.
You think, Joe, you go either around it or under it. Oh, it's like that. The huge bowls magnet comes into play. Right, so 1 shot to Australia now. They trail by 4-2. We're just playing the 4th end of the 2nd set.
So it's Sonara now with a little bit of work to do. Been playing very well in this match.
Let's play this one pretty good.
That's great stuff. What a bowl. Lovely shot.
I noticed no Scotland representatives here in the World Champion of Champions, which surprised me because they've got such a great record of it.
We were really disappointed, John and I, and no one seems to be entirely sure of the reason. Obviously, not every association is funding their players to come, but Scotland have always been a consistently strong performer in that event. So yeah, I'm really not certain. And I was talking to Neil earlier about why they've not come.
I do believe that perhaps I think the female representative is now studying in America,
Okay.
so can't attend, but I'm not sure about the reason for the other. We're going to see aggression here.
Who's got the front ball?
Oh.
That was a very quick drive.
Now the Samoan fans can breathe. Yeah, that's worth 2 or 3 for them. Who's that
Look at the
woman
crowd
in the
there.
white?
Phil Hewler, Robin Walker, the chairman of Takapuna, Tina Atkinson, and mother of Briar.
Yeah.
So 3 pretty top women players there, and
Yes.
Phil Hewler, of course, president of Bowls New Zealand, and very one of the things that I'm working, or we're working with in World Bowls is a closer relationship with International Bowls Disability, or International Bowls Disabled.
Yep.
Wanting to work more closely with them, and so Phil is on the executive of the International Bowls Disabled Group, which is chaired by Paul Brown from Wales, and so I'm looking forward to working with Phil in that regard, and of course, in his role as president of Bowls New Zealand.
I wonder if, sorry, Brett, if we're going to see aggression here or not from the Australian skip.
I got a feeling not, because when the Samoa put that ball right down to the ditch, the Australians were disregarding it totally, as almost just to say, oh, well.
It can be
they
hard
think-
if you've
yeah.
been struggling a little. Sometimes
Yes.
it's nice to wind up and just sort of.
And she is a very good attacking player. She's got a very good drive.
Just opting
Yeah.
for just over the draw. Delivery very similar to Kelsey's.
Yes.
Just needs to sit it. Got it. Great shot. Yeah, that's all it needed, didn't it, Lovely shot.
Yeah, very good bowl.
What a beautiful bowl that was under pressure. It was so tempting too, the way this game's going for her. The instinct would have been just to drive that. You're a little bit frustrated, you just want to get rid of it, but kept the composure. Played it beautifully, and this is close too. Look at this.
Wow.
Has she got it?
She's got the jack.
Oh, that's exceptional.
Where's it gone? Oh, against them.
Oh. Well, it was an exceptional bowl.
It was very good.
Very unlucky, really.
Yeah, 2 very good bowls in a row, and they had the back bowl. So if it had slipped past that bowl, they would have had the shot. But unfortunately, just locked on that bowl.
So Chloe Morrison looking to make it 2. Can she do that? She might even get the jack again. She carts it back for 2. That's 2 outstanding bowls from her. She
She'll be
looked a
pleased
bit
with
tense,
that.
but she's now looking a lot more satisfied.
Out comes that smile. So,
Yep.
and we haven't seen much of that in the second set.
So 4-all the score after 4 ends of this second set. Over in the men's game, New Zealand leading Australia 3-0 after 2.
And you just know that game will go down to the wire as
Yeah.
well, because 2 very evenly matched teams. I've been very impressed with Jordan Keane making his debut for New Zealand. He's been leading very well in that triples team. Every time I've looked over, his bowls have been pretty close to the jack.
Yeah.
But Cohen Litvin, the Australian skip, has just played some great bowls.
He's a talent, isn't he?
He sure is.
So that New Zealand under-26 team has Jordan Keane, Hamish Callagher, West Coaster, but plays out of Canterbury, of course, and Aidan Takarua, who's our singles representative, or New Zealand's singles representative in the World Champion of Champions singles, which start on Tuesday at Browns Bay. 4-all.
On the back end.
Well, it's handy.
Yeah, the weight's quite nice there, isn't it?
One more game to show you after this. It'll be the men's pairs final. New Zealand under 26 against Tokelau.
Tokelau having a magnificent run in the men's pairs. It was interesting to see it, and John and I have already spoken about it, but the Australian Open men's pairs combination, you know, winners of it's arguably the largest bowls competition in the world, were selected to play here at the Oceania Challenge. Didn't make it out of the group.
Yeah, and lost every game. Lost all 3 games. I mean, and in the way you watched them, Joseph Clark and Jack McShane play in the fours, you would have thought they would have been suited.
Unbeatable.
I watched them play the pairs, and they played well in the pairs.
They did.
Yeah,
well,
the opposition just happened to be better. It's great standard.
I talked to both of them, and they said, "Look, we didn't feel that we played badly, but you know, to be fair, our opponents just played better." And I think this has been very even this year. Last year, the event tended to be dominated by Aotearoa, Māori, and New Zealand under 26. But this year, we've seen the Pacific countries perform much better. It's been great having the Australians here as well. I've added a different dimension to it. So I think it has been much more even, which has been good to see.
And that was part of the intention behind, you know, we're undercover and on carpet as well, Brett, to just have those playing conditions that enable the bowls to perhaps be a bit better.
That's right, and I think they've enjoyed this. We chose the sets format because it's going to be used in Commonwealth Games.
Look at that.
Right, a great bowl from Sonara.
Gee.
Wow.
Stunner. You wouldn't know it from Sonara. Not much emotion shown, but she'll be inwardly on fire.
Actually gets a little hug from Angela Beaumont.
Yeah, who says good leading, you know.
Oh, how good's your memory?
That's a pretty good line again.
I think so too, yeah. Inside that grey, that's where we saw it finish last time. We flick off there, not quite. Pretty good position though, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree, John. I mean, I think you know they've got bowls behind the head on both sides. Let's see what Chloe Morrison can do this time.
I might see. Oh, there's plenty of room there, isn't there?
Yeah. That's quite nice. I was very confused for a second. I thought, have I switched to the wrong camera? But no.
Mixed pairs. So that score in the men's is 3-2 now. So Australia picking up a 2 on the third end. Good track here. Just going to overcook it slightly. Better placed for that New Zealand or Samoan bowl.
Always that little bit overplayed. Same shot regardless. If you're up or down here, you must feel. 4 apiece, 2 ends to go.
And I believe we've got the Deputy Mayor of Auckland, Desley Simpson, in the house.
Oh, lovely.
So we've had various councillors and local board members and members of Parliament here over the last few days. So great that Desley was able to join us today. Big supporter of sport in Auckland and big supporter of the Māori and Pacifica community as well. So it was great to have her with us.
Particularly when our sport offers so much for so many people, it is nice when we have that real interest from those influential figures.
Completely. And providing an alternative form of sport and also physical activity for people it's great. Morrison playing a bit of a searcher.
Yeah, options here to nudge up their own one.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, well, let's put them in the play here. There might be 3 or 4, is it, from that view that we had?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, a pretty critical bowl in the context of
I'll
this
say,
game.
yeah. All right to there.
Yeah, she's on a good line here.
Sit that, sit. Oh, well, let's cut out a couple though, or one anyway.
Great effort.
That comes
Oh, no,
one,
1, 2.
two.
Two it is. Okay. Well, we're getting close to the end of this match, and it's going in twos. 6-4. Australia leading after winning the first set 6-5. We're into end 6 of 7. And will the Australians go short this time?
And I'm going to sign out, guys, and
Thank
just
you,
get ready
Brett.
for the presentation. Thank you for having me, and thank you for all the great work you've done over the last few days and bringing these games to our audience in the professional way that you do. Thank you.
Thanks,
mate.
Brett.
Cheers. That's Brett O'Reilly, who's recently been elected the president of World Bowls, just the second New Zealander to hold that position. Kerry Clark, of course, was a bowls administrator for much of his life and attained that position. So we have the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, who is an Australian. We've got the president who's a New Zealander, so there's quite a good Southern Hemisphere influence in bowls, and I just get the feeling that that means that countries such as we're seeing here at the moment will get a lot more attention.
Yeah, it's been nice in the last couple of years with that change in the guard, really, of that world game.
Oh, here's a very good bowl, Angela Beaumont. Just keep on producing top quality young bowlers in Australia. It's the envy of the world, really.
I've got a great system in place there. So you're 2 down, penultimate end, so realistically Samoa needs to score on this end and the final end to force a tie break. Very important bowls.
Yeah, we heard Tia say, you know, I don't mind if you be over, I don't care, just be up and over, and if possible, snare the jack on the way. Oh gosh, no, that's not what you wanted at all. However, it's not all that bad for Samoa. They possibly got second shot there. Now this need their Sonara to be in and scoring. She's done several times in this match so far. So Kate with her first bowl, the Australian number 2.
After this game, John, we'll almost immediately move to coverage of the men's pairs final between Tokelau and the under-26 New Zealand team. So for viewers, if you're lucky, you'll have a 5-minute break between this and the next game, the next final, the final that we'll be broadcasting here from All Oak Bowls for the Oceania Challenge. Lovely effort from Sonara. Remember, they need to find a way to score on this end, the Samoan team.
Gee, it pulled up quick, didn't it? Wow, there you go. That's made it more difficult, but
Surely, I think Samoa will think about playing the back end, trailing the jack on the back end. Only option really to gain the shot, John.
and she'll really want this ball to stay on the. Oh, look at the line on this. Look at that. Punch them out.
Oh, what
Take
a
the
ball!
jack, stay with it. Whoa.
What a ball!
Oh, first time we've seen emotion from Sonata Watt, and she has a big grin on her face. That was a superb bowl.
Absolutely outstanding. The crowd dead silent.
Now,
What a shot that was.
I land it late though. Because anything like you get in off speed, you get up through it.
Gave herself every chance when she needed it too, John.
Yep.
They need to score on this end, Samoa, to have a chance of forcing the tie break. And look, holding one and a good one. Jack wouldn't be more than a bowl's width away from the shot bowl.
It's either that or you just go to bowl. There's a lot of room there.
just asking
Yeah.
Karen Murphy.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You play through to here, you got chances for outland.
You know what they say about a decision by committee, John?
Yeah. You got 3 decisions in your head.
Yeah, aiming for a horse and sometimes you get a camel.
Good area, Chloe.
She said, I think I'll try and draw it. And she's quite capable of drawing it. She's very capable of drawing it.
Oh,
gosh.
what a mighty effort that was. Kerry Murphy saying, draw with your first and then maybe have a nibble with your second.
Well, you'd think Samoa now would want one up. Yep.
Oh,
Toss it out.
If you're a Samoan supporter, it's going to be a pretty stressful next minute and a half to 2 minutes, John, because they hold on to this. You're a real chance.
Well, she's got quite good weight on
Chloe's
this.
got
I
a
think I just
bowl.
lost sight of it.
Well,
But as it gets round there, not. I thought it was coming over another metre. That would have been superb.
Start and you'll get it.
cannot overstate the importance of the bowl in Chloe's hand.
I'll point it again, Chloe.
Oh, it just hung. It hung out there a bit.
Sort of half stop turning there.
Bonus would be good for Samoa.
Gee, how do you get? Oh, you can get it. Yeah.
On the forehand,
Yeah.
doesn't look horrible. You wouldn't want to be narrowed on that. Bowl at 12 o'clock of Australia
Second
is
shot,
the
yeah.
frightening one, isn't it? Because you wouldn't want to roll that up for 2. But I think a draw is possible on the forehand or the backhand even. You got the one, so you're guaranteed to be 1 down last end.
You'd consciously go slightly wide and maybe even use that
Blue bowl that sits at
bluish,
10.
yeah, whatever tealy bowl there. A wee edge off there might just tickle it in to give you 2. A fine edge it'd have to be. And people would look at it and say, oh, how did they do that? And she would say, well, that was the option I had. I wanted to
Exactly.
play that.
See, I think if she's on the forehand, she's serious about drawing a second shot, and on the backhand, you're just sort of looking to beat your yellow bowl and see if it turns in enough.
Hold your breath about now, everyone. Just take a deep breath and
How's the weight? Right, so the score now 5-6, and it's the final end of the second set. If Australia holds on for a draw on this end or a win, the Oceania title goes to them. If Samoa can score a 2, we will see 3 further ends played and a tie break. And there we have the Samoan team. JP at the back. Started off as the coach ended up playing.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And they had a mighty battle against the Australian triples team in the semi-final. JP and Don Faipur, and I don't recall his lead, I'm sorry, but they took Australia to a tie break and lost 1-2 in the semi-final. So it's been a successful triples event for the Samoan team.
As we said earlier, you might just have joined us. This is Angela Beaumont, who playing for Samoa and thinks this is a bit narrow. Quite good weight, not too bad at all. Stayed there. She plays out of the Mount Albert club in Auckland, and Sanara Watt, the 2, plays at Papakura, and Tia Moka plays out of Homai. But all proudly wearing that blue and white of Samoa. What a tense battle this has been. And it would be really fantastic if, if Angela's next bowl, or even the one that she's just delivered, is the telling bowl in this end. She's, as Brett O'Reilly said earlier, she was, visibly shaking as the team was trying to calm her down. She was just so nervous about it all.
Well, she's holding the shot. So she's done a bit of work there. Olivia Cartwright, the Australian lead on her backhand. She's played some nice bowls in this match. Alright, so Samoa holding 1. Now's when one of these 2 bowls of Sanara's, you want it to be second shot. It would be ideal for the Samoan team to cross over holding 2 if you're a supporter.
She might have gone wide there, but those bowls of hers tend to finish quite well. Oh, not that. That was a bit too wide. So this is tense stuff.
It is. The crowd is stilled somewhat.
In that first set, Samoa got the first points, and then it was 1-1, and then they were up 2-1, and then they were up 4-1. Then Australia picked up a single. It was 4-2. Samoa a single on the 6th to go 5-2 up, so a lead of 3 going into the final end. And Australia managed to grab a 4 to win that by 6-5. And this one has been a bit similar. Samoa got the first points, so then they were down 2-1. They got a superb 3 on the third end to be 4-2 up. Then it was 4-all. Then they dropped a 2 to go to another 2 to go 6-4 down. And now, as you can see, it's 6-5. And Sanara pushing it deep. And that's not a bad bowl, actually, because if things get a bit rough, then Australia might play with weight. But there's no doubt that Kate Argent-Bowden will be looking to draw this. She was quite heavy with the first.
Brownie.
Skip gets in there, looks closely, thinks this will do it for them.
Oh, that's a lovely bowl.
Not quite, or is it? It is quite.
Yeah, just a good bowl, Brownie.
Yeah.
I think that was the dulcet tones of Karen Murphy carrying across the green, and a bit of work to do for Samoa. They need to score 2 shots here. It's good to see the team sharing a laugh. There we go. On the forehand. Big moment.
What do you reckon?
Yes! What a bowl. That's a lovely shot. Delightful bowl there from the Samoan.
Could have brought 2 into
Skip.
play. 2 down. Yeah, they're 2 down.
She's done it. She's holding the set.
Didn't take long on the mat Oh, look at that. Oh,
Goodness gracious. What do you do? Oh. Oh, play the forehand, she says.
you've just played that. Yeah. So that's fair enough. You've just played that bowl. Played it perfectly. Do it again. Oh, not quite so good, she thinks. Hooks up onto the yellow. Oh, okay, so
Holding
that's
the win.
no. Yeah, I think most people would be saying, oh, play that other hand too, Alex. Looks so easy there, doesn't it? And also it plays Australia's shot for them.
Yeah,
when if she played the backhand.
The Australian team is talking about just driving the black bowl off for the win. Draw set, win the title. Little nod from Karen Murphy there. Easier than drawing. I think we're going to see it, John. A drive from the Australian skip. Chip the black bowl out. Win the title.
Well, tension, everyone. It is the Samoans holding 2, and therefore the second set, which would force a tiebreaker. Neither team, well, Australians don't want to go into a tiebreaker. They'd rather win it here and now. So the options are, do you draw to cut one down? There's not much room to draw. Or do you have a go at that black bowl, which is out of sight to the right of the jack?
You can
see it now.
Even Jason van der Pennen's got an opinion in the background. The umpire there sitting next to the...
He'd be driving.
He would be. He'd probably get it.
Go the black.
It's a pretty handy bowler.
Yeah.
He goes okay.
Yep.
As the Australian skip makes her way down to play this bowl. Remove one, win.
Tiamoka sitting there next to the marker, scoreboard attendant, and she can't do anything about this. It's not weighted. It's draw. You can draw this to win it. You can draw this to win it. You can draw this to win it. You can draw, beat that black and win it. Have you done enough? Have you not done enough? No. So we go to a tiebreaker.
It's set a bowl down. It's set a bowl down.
They're going to measure, are they? Okay.
She may have done enough. She may have done enough, John. We'll give one to Samoa. So at the moment it's drawn. That's the one.
It is enough. Wow. Gosh, everyone was getting ready to play the next shot. And in fact, she had come in with this to cut it out, cut one out. And it is Australia. The fine combination of Chloe Morrison at skip and Kate Argent-Bowden playing at 2 and led well off the front by Olivia Cartwright. They've won this 2-0 against Angela Beaumont, Sonara Watt and Tia Moka. A very exciting game and close at the end, but it is another title here, the third for the Australians here at the Oceania Challenge.
Yes, they've done very well. It was interesting, John, and stand by because we'll be joining you again shortly after a replay of the highlights from that match with coverage of the men's pairs final live from Royal Oak very soon. Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the final for this 2024 Oceania Challenge. And we have, for your viewing delectation, the men's pairs, Tokelau and New Zealand under 26 team. John, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that this Tokelau team is absolutely delighted to have got into the final, and it's significant for them to have reached this situation where they will be playing against the New Zealand under 26 team. So it's maloni to the Tokelau team and the people from Tokelau who are watching this and are very excited. Those in New Zealand, Tokelau extraction, and they just are so keen on watching how this team goes. It's Penne Panapa and Paleluka, who both play from Papatoetoi, Hunter's Corner, and they are on edge and ready to take on this New Zealand team, which is a highly qualified combination of Seamus Curtin and Finbar McGuigan, two of the young guns of New Zealand bowls. So again it's 2 sets, 7 ends each, and at the end of it there'll be a lot of people really keen to see that flag flying proudly with a victory for this team in blue and yellow.
And also, John, we must have one eye to our left as we see it, because the men's triples final between Australia and the under 26 New Zealand team has gone to a tiebreak, a 3-end tiebreak over there, so we'll keep one eye on that, as this is the second trial end, excuse me, for this team.
So we've seen some fabulous finals, some fabulous matches all round. It really has opened my eyes up to the ability of so many of the Pacific Island nations. You've got small countries, we're looking at one now, Tokelau, with about 1,600 people as their population, an area of about 10 square kilometres. All the players are from New Zealand, and chatting to them, I said, a lot of them were born here, but most of them have come to New Zealand, and to visit they have to fly into Samoa, and then it's a boat trip to one of the atolls they have there. So it's not an easy journey to get in and visit family and friends. We've all got family back there.
It's one of the smallest nations, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep. There are other small ones. For example, in Norfolk Island, you look at that. It's a bit bigger, of course, than Tokelau, but still.
Sorry, John.
I think 2,000 people there and 35 square kilometres.
Not bad. You may see aggression. The left of your screen. I just heard Aidan say you could get all 4 of them, so get your magnifying glasses out, because that could be quite interesting over there, just to the front left. Oh, lovely effort from Hamish. That 3 extra in tie break over there. What a great event it's been, John. We've seen so many games go to those tie breaks.
And we thought we were going to see that in the final of the women's triples a few moments ago. And chatting with the team afterwards, the Samoan team, Sonara, I said, did you have 2? She said, we definitely had 2 until that last bowl came in. And then it got down to a measure.
Just the twists and turns, isn't it, of bowls. I think Samoa certainly did themselves very proud.
Yep.
In that final. Unlucky really to lose not unlucky, but they could have won the first set very easily, and similar story for the second set. But congratulations to the Australian Performance Pathways team, as Brett O'Reilly in commentary said earlier, has added a nice, it seems like a very nice mix of players here at the Oceania Challenge, hasn't it?
Yep, without doubt. And we've seen some of the lesser recognised teams, the small nations, knocking over the more established ones. For example, we've said about that Australian development team, the pair of Joseph Clark and Jack McShane, who were Australian Open champions, both 19 years of age, and they lost all their games. So, very interesting stuff. So on the head for the Tokelau team is Penny Panapa. He's the skip. Down at the other end is Paleluka. They both play at, as I mentioned, the Papatoetoe area, Papatoetoe Hunter's Corner. This is Seamus Curtin. And I think you told the story a while ago, Alex, about Seamus and his partner in this Finbar. They played in a pairs competition when they were still at school just for the fun of it. And ended up winning the national title.
Yeah, they did. The New Zealand indoor secondary school pairs. They sort of they play outdoor, and it's like, oh, I get a day off school. Turned up and won the entire event. So they've played together for a very long time. Seamus and Finbar, and will understand each other's games very well. This is a lovely line here. Andy Bolt.
Great understanding, these two. They went to school together, they've grown up together, started bowls together basically, and have played together so much.
Somewhere on the internet, they've got some bowls trick shots that they put together.
He's going to punch his own up.
Yeah, very nice bowl.
So over in that men's triples match, it's a shot to Australia, the first of the extra ends. Tiebreaker.
Oh, look at this. That's outstanding. Oh, just a smidgen short.
What a group.
Mighty effort. Look at this as a start. We've got, say, 5 bowls. You could put maybe a reasonably large tea towel over them. Bowls cloth would be a little bit too small, but I think a tea towel might do the trick.
Well directed again, isn't it?
Can't be far away here from Seamus Curtin. Oh, mighty effort. Andy Bolt. Great stuff. Showing a little smile.
Paleluka was doing a bit of pacing when I was before the game. I went out, saw him out the back. I said, your partner's looking for you. I think he said, I'll be there soon. Just doing a wee bit of pacing, loosening up that knee perhaps, that he's got the support on. This is ooh. Yeah, does it? Oh, not quite.
Lovely little plant.
That's a great start.
You're right, John. How's that for a knee brace?
Yeah.
Must do the trick. So, Finbar being asked to play his backhand to the right of our screen as we see it. I think we're going to have a pretty dynamic game, John. That's the feeling.
I agree. When
Penny,
seen bowls like that for a start from the leads,
yeah,
and you see clearly what the New Zealand team is wanting to do. Oh, did he say hit it?
No, I don't think he did. I thought we might see a probing bowl on the backhand through that gap.
Yeah, through that gap, hit it.
Yeah,
Backhand, hit it.
why not?
Yep.
A soft hit.
Oh, I think we're going to see some great accuracy from these players today.
Yeah.
Paleluka and Pene Panapa.
It's interesting.
Got a bit of class about them, haven't they?
They do, certainly. We know how good they are. Conundrum here for Finbar. I think it's just about trying to draw a second shot on the backhand. He's on the right line to do so. How's the weight here? Not to be. I think we'll see a reaching bowl again. Maybe add a metre or two of weight, John.
If he finds that gap, that hole, with a yard extra weight, there's all sorts of slides are open to him there.
This is close. This is close here.
Oh, yeah, gets it.
What an
Wow.
outstanding bowl
Great result.
on this first end. Wasn't lucky, it was well played. Right in the area
Yep.
with beautiful weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shot. What do you think, John?
Anything you can do. What if
that-
he'd go forehand on it?
You could go very quickly on your forehand.
Yeah.
It'd be quite safe because that
Yep.
the short blue bowl at 11 o'clock protects the New Zealand bowl.
Yep.
Or you play with less weight on the back end and try and wriggle through. He's been driving exceptionally well all tournament as Finbar. And he's going to have another nibble again. He's going to have another nibble again, he says. But why would you have a
Look
nibble?
at this. Oh, it just needed to avoid that and he would have turned his own bowl over.
Lovely effort.
He's opened it up and no more bowls to play, so it doesn't matter. And then reaching for the jack. There's Pale look up.
Some supporters there. Riveted to the action.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Rolf Vulu is manager of this men's group and Aliata Vulu for the women. Sa Alafosio is the coach of the men. He played singles. I think he ended up playing the singles.
So one on that first end. Men triples on that rank to the left of us. Going to that tie break, New Zealand holding one.
So some of the Tokelau players play out of Auckland, some from Hamilton, some from the Wellington area. And, out of the Nine Eye Club, there is a couple of those. I've seen a couple of Nine Eye shirts here. Nine Eye Bowling Club.
Look at this from Seamus Curtin. That's a very nice bowl.
We talked earlier about some of the New Zealanders who've been over to Australia to play and are over there currently, and Seamus Curtin has into his second stint there, I think.
Yeah, he's currently back in Australia. There's a few now, John. Oh, it's a lovely line. Such a smooth delivery, Seamus Curtin. I mean, look at that, John. That's lovely leading.
That's spot on, isn't it? You've drawn the shot. Your next one's nearly a metre over. Wouldn't be that probably. coming in a fair way, aren't they?
Yeah, they
It's a
are.
nice draw out there.
You just get the feeling this is going to be such a well-contested match. Both Seamus and Finbar have been capped as fully fledged blackjacks in the past. Seamus a few years ago, and Finbar at the recently played Trans-Tasman in Nainai, John.
Mm-hmm.
So they have both played at that top level for their country, still striving to find a permanent space.
Well, that's good. They're part of that competition that's making sure those that might feel as though they're established, that they aren't.
Oh, has to happen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Attacking on the forehand, he's very disappointed with that bowl. Walking away in disgust.
I think we've seen Penny play in the Bowls 3-5 or one of our TV programs, haven't we, over the years? Yeah, well, it's all right, he says. It's just in case there's a strike from Penny Panapa.
Very focused.
It's quite good 3 bowls, isn't it?
No, I like 3 bowls.
Yeah.
Ooh. Pressure's really on now. You can see that ball's just gone into the ditch. So twice he's had a swing and a miss. Run the risk of dropping a big number if Finbar can add to this and you miss again. It could be a 4 to the New Zealand under-26 team.
I think it will be, yeah.
They're holding for. Will he commit to playing that shot again?
I think he'll take those 2 white ones out, the shots. Just nick the jack and it'll go back to with him and he'll get the shot out of this.
Fair enough. How's the weight? How's the weight?
Well, he's certainly cut one out. Oh.
Could be a number. Double teapot. Just standing there just going, ugh.
Two ends gone in the Australia-New Zealand men's triples. And it's no change to the score. 1, 2. It's got to be 3, surely. 2. 2, 3, 2.
We'll find out in a second. Score's going everywhere. It was 3 to the New Zealand under-26 team. There. And 3 approaches. So not quite as bad as it looked, John.
No.
Certainly felt like it was going to be a 4 or a 5 to the New Zealand pairing.
That last bowl certainly cut out a couple, I would say.
Yeah. Well played. Good bowl after he lost one in the ditch and then reached through.
Now, over on the Australia-New Zealand match, the tiebreaker, we're going into the third end of the tiebreaker, so the final end of the tiebreaker, and it's 1-1. Australia winning the first set, New Zealand the second. You see Jordan Keane there having delivered his bowl. Now we're back to our televised match here, Tokelau. Down by 3-1. perfect weight, everything nice about that. Just missing the shot bowl, but finishing in a handy position. So the New Zealand players you can see there was Jordan Keane just moving up to the mat, and then behind him Hamish Callagher.
Having a mighty battle.
Yeah, there's mighty battles going on all over the place.
Jason Rankin, you can see how the days have gone on for quite some time, John, because remember the men's triples final started at exactly the same time the women's triple final started at, and here we are 3 ends into the the game that came after the women.
Yep.
Beautiful line. New Zealand be looking to stack up end on end shots here.
Tracking well. A couple of shots there.
Who's the guy on the left, John?
Simon Poppleton. Well-known bowler, indoor and outdoor, and sometimes commentator.
Him and Brett O'Reilly have known each other for decades, both hailing from Wellington.
Yep.
So we see this correction here from the lead from Tokelau. He's going to fall short and work to do for Pene.
Yeah. It's interesting. You see, those line has been pretty much perfect.
Exceptional.
Yeah. So they're all reading the green well. It's just that their speed. Pale Luka comes down, takes a position on the bank. He knows what his skip is going to try and do. Still outdraw this man, Finbar McGuigan. 3-1 up and holding a couple at least on the head.
That's a nice bowl if it keeps going. Sit down, needs to sit down. Yeah, good bowl. Well played.
You see the view from the mat. He can't see anything down there, can he? He can't see the shot bowls. He can't see the jack.
They were very much obscured by those 3 short bowls you see it at 12 o'clock.
He knows he can draw it. Yeah, just draw it to there. Thunderous applause there. I think it was for a shot on the next rink. It might have come from Hamish Callagher of New Zealand.
That's an outstanding bowl. How's this? Needs to use it as a shelf. Lovely effort.
Stay ball, mate. Your one's ball high. Stay ball.
See the New Zealand contingent looking a little bit stressed out in the background, John.
Yeah.
They'll all shuffle over to this pairs match when the triples is finished. Finbar stalking after this on his forehand. Oh, if he's got the weight, this is absolutely outstanding. Oh, post that down, so
It's probably in the count.
still the same shot for the Tokelau skip on the forehand, just drawing to Finbar's bowl, but sits at 8 o'clock to the jack. If you sit in off it, that's the only way you're going to get the shot, John.
Yep.
If you want to do a dam buster, you could bounce it up the green and see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't.
No, I think it's got to be that forehand. Same shot as his opponent. Just get it to come in nicely and sit on the that bowl that's just past the jack. That one that's got the spray on it from being a toucher. Oh, gosh.
Oh, lovely try. You know,
Well, he's got a nice line now, hasn't he? If he comes through, that's his...
if
his
Finbar
track.
can't block that gap,
No.
you would think there's a good opportunity for Tokelau just to use that shelf. that last bowl. I'd expect to see Finbar play the forehand again, John, because if he stops on the forehand side, you're blocking it up, so there's no shot left for the Tokelau skip to play. Because if you leave it for him, often they get that.
It's been a kill over there, has it? Or a shot bowl gone?
I think
No,
it was
kill.
A,
It was a
it was
kill.
a kill.
Yeah, so Finbar, listen to you. Right, here's an opportunity now for Tokelau. Pene Panapa to track through that gap on the left as we view it. They might be 3 down, certainly 2, so he just needs to cut it down at least.
It's that the opportunities that come up in a game sometimes, isn't it, John? Because the way it sits, New Zealand could be 5 or 6 1 up, but
Yeah.
there's a shot on. And we know he's capable of playing it just a little halfway in between the two he's played would be enough for one. Just waiting for this bowl. You could hear a pin drop.
I couldn't. My hearing's not that good.
Hey?
Away we go. Seriously looking at his line here, which looks seriously good, which looks really good, which looks perfect. Oh, could have been better, couldn't it? Hey? I can't believe that.
That was unlucky.
Wonderful attempt by Pene Panapa, the skipper of Tokelau, to get in and cut that down, grab the shot. It was just too good. Oh, Australia must have played a blinder, and that's come from their wonderful skip, Cohen Litfin. He's played a blinder because it looked as though New Zealand were holding shot, and therefore the tie break. But he's come in and played something special, and they are celebratory without doubt. The Australian there's Jack Lewis to the left, who won the singles. And Beau Prideaux to the left now, and their skip, Cohen Litfin. So it is clear that they have won that title, another title for this Australian team here at the Oceania Challenge.
Mighty battles they've had.
Yeah.
See the jack just delivered right to the very end. It's spotted on the 2 metre mark. And what do we decide New Zealand scored on that end, John? Some shots.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I see it's 6-1 down there, so must have been a 3.
And we're on the 4th end of 7 in this first set. Oh, slightly overplayed from Seamus Curtin. Don't see that very often.
Giving them a chance, eh? Get in there, mate, he says. Pale Luka, come on. Up you come. They all played really good bowls. That first end was most impressive, wasn't it? When they were, half a dozen bowls or more, all within, as you said, a tea towel.
Interesting, just that different length jack here. Some sort of seems to be throwing both the players, although I suppose Seamus delivered it to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah.
Speed's good, mate.
Handy bowl.
Well, you can imagine that Pale will be inside as last and slightly advanced on that. Well advanced on it anyway. Need to hit that hard. Oh, not hard enough. quite the correction he wanted. He was travelling. He's got a big grin. He knew that of the two things you need to get right, he got neither of them. Change of hands here.
I wonder if we'll see a forehand now. This is close, John.
Yeah, much better green. Yeah, now we might see him playing that hand a bit, coming this way from in the future.
Just lock it in. The crowd gathered, and that we will see that sort of migrate towards the pairs final. The men's pairs final going on down here. I imagine a lot of the New Zealanders will wander down and total our supporters. Bad bowl. I'm very impressed with all the uniforms of the different islands, John, at this Oceania Challenge. Very colourful, aren't they? Well designed.
Yeah. Yep. Just trying to find who's the women's peers final is Norfolk Island and Aotearoa, is it? We'll see them lining up soon anyway, or they might already be on.
Probably be on that adjacent rink, I would think, as we see a correction from Finbar. Is it enough to hold the shot? It's going to sit down. There we have Norfolk Island in New Zealand wandering down. Oh, what beautiful camera work that was from Max.
Just talking about it, we see Shea Wilson and Briar Atkinson walking down. They'll front up against each other. This isn't bad either. Just sit on your own bowl and that'll be another shot or a shot.
Lovely bowl, good shot.
Yeah.
May have been a bit unlucky. He may have shifted the shot bowl, set it out for one to go from 1 to 1. Not, I mean, again, does it make a difference to the shot that you're about to play? I'm not sure if it does. You'd think they'll just be thinking, Finbar will just correct on his draw on the forehand regardless, John.
Yeah, if he's comfortable with that hand, obviously. And the other option is, they're both his bowls coming the other way, so he can get into those. But looks like forehand is going to be the order of the day. On the jog.
It's because he's close here. Get them both. Oh, a little bit stiff. That was a nicely played bowl. So we see the wander back. You chase your bowl down.
That Tokelau bowl's looking a bit lonely there, and Penne will no doubt want to just add to his score there if he can. Holding 1.
Is it the last bowl? 1, 2.
Yep,
Yeah, it is. So
yep.
yeah, just a nice, nice bonus shot here. Try and reduce the deficit to 3.
Not a bad line, but he doesn't want to squirt that jack back the other way. Ooh, very good effort. But they'll take the 1.
Lovely try. So 1 to Tokelau. The score now 2 shots to 6 as we begin the 5th end.
So watching the final of the men's pairs here at the Oceania Challenge at Royal Oak in Auckland. Indoors on carpet. Great complex here and constantly in operation. Kitchen bar being well patronised and a good number of people here watching as this competition draws to a close. I mean, long days, and some of the players have said how tired they are after early starts and sometimes quite late finishes. But it's been worthwhile. Lots of top quality bowls, lots of friends made. And a wee slide just past the jack there by Pali.
Lovely start. So you 4 down, end 5. Probably need to. Whoa, Carmen Henderson at full tilt.
Yes.
Running down the other end. One of the great personalities of the game, isn't she? As we see that magnificent shot there from Seamus Curtin.
Penny quite likes this. I thought, gosh, he's gone out a long way, but he reads it well. Look at that.
That's well played.
Oh, really nice. Yep, falls in.
Lovely bowl.
This is another compact head that we're seeing in this really delightful display of draw bowls from all these players.
Oh my goodness.
Gee.
That's not bad. And see Seamus here on the forehand. When's it going to turn, John? Too late. Just
What a loose
slipping
bowl that
past.
is, eh? What a really loose bowl. Well, we're being treated to some fabulous bowls here over this last 4 days of the Oceania Challenge, and it looks like this is going to be a fitting finale. The women's pairs finals just about to start on the next rink between the New Zealand under-26 team and Norfolk Island. And we have the CEO of World Bowls with us again. Neil, nice to have you
John.
back.
Thank you.
Your first question is, when did the Jackaroos title nickname come into
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a good question. Look, it's
all right. No, I thought
been
you might
around
just
for a while,
Yeah.
so I would expect maybe 10 plus years. So-
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
And Steve
Yeah.
Glasson would have been coach at the time, and I know, like a lot of teams these days, he's a great ball too.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shot.
Gosh. And that draws applause from the opposition. That's impressive stuff.
Fair enough, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a lot of teams, particularly in Australia, had names, the Wallabies and the
Yeah.
like. So I think we felt at the time it was a good thing to do.
Yep.
Bit of a brand.
Yeah. And it stands out well on the shirts
Yeah.
and things. It's
Yeah.
really good. I'm a Jackaroo is better than I play bowls for Australia.
That's it. And not the Jillaroos.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
the Jillaroos are taken, actually.
Yes.
They might be this. Trying to think
Kitty
what
roos.
sport they are, but I think they do exist.
Yep.
Just ascertaining he has got the one shot there. Look, play the same ball again. You could be holding 3 or 4 for Tokelau.
Yeah, because they've got that bowl that's just over the jack at the moment. But this is what we were talking about yesterday, and with Brett O'Reilly, the president of World Bowls, just before, is what the impact this must be having on these smaller Pacific nations.
Yep.
So, and I think also the fact that you're an Australian, Brett's a New Zealander, there's that sort of a bit of strength of Southern Hemisphere strength within World
I think,
Bowls.
John, a bit of responsibility comes with it.
Yeah.
So, and talking to a lot of the players and the officials, they value this opportunity to, play at this level of competition. So it's great for the development of these countries and their players.
I think what the peer review have been talking about is very exciting. I mean, it's a lot of work involved, and money and so on, and planning, but if you can fulfil a high percentage of what you're planning, then it's absolutely positive.
I think Brett and I we've got to sit down soon and prioritise, because it's like anything. There's, as you say, John, there is a lot to do in the sport, and it's just getting that order right. Yep. And I think having respect for all countries. It's Australia and New Zealand, obviously very strong organisations, generally well resourced, whereas a number of the countries here today are really doing it tough. Yeah. So how we can support them is important, and having the strong regions is definitely part of our strategy and our priority.
The easy part is having the ideas, isn't it?
It is, and how we fund them is always a problem. Well, not a problem, but it's a challenge sometimes. So
I think it's looking just to be a couple of feet over onto the shot bowl. This could be a very impressive shot. If he can get his shot bowl square. Oh, it's diving, I think.
When he went up, he realised that, I think, that he couldn't really damage it too much by hitting the opposition bowl. But that's one to come.
If you look at the weight, it was absolutely perfect weight. It was a shot that was worth 3 or 4 for Tokelau. But we think they're holding 1, so if they can hold on to this, you're 3 down, 2 to go. Still well within the grasp.
And McGuigan's got to be careful too.
Yeah, for Seamus, it's about missing wide, not narrow here. Wouldn't want to cut across the face of the head and fold the Tokelauian bowl. Is that a word? Fold the bowl from Tokelau in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a
safety.
Yep. So a single there. The jack goes the way of Tokelau's Pale Luka. He'll put the mat down and send the jack up for the 6th end.
Very intense games here at the Oceania Challenge.
Did you watch that men's?
I did. I was sitting just on the side.
Yeah. So we saw it was. They went to a 3rd end, didn't they, of tiebreaker?
Yep.
When the Aussie skip played his, what was the situation?
His last bowl, New Zealand were holding. He took the shot bowl out.
It was a great shot. I could see it from here, and I thought, wow.
With a little bit of weight, but not. It wasn't a full-on drive. So, but just a weighted bowl, and he hit it clean.
Yeah.
Cohen.
He's
had a very good tournament.
Very good tournament.
I think we were just talking before, the depth of talent, though, across talking to Gary Willis, the national coach of Australia, is very impressed with just the consistency across the whole green. Not just Australia and New Zealand, and obviously their development squads, but there's, Tokelau playing, in the final here. It's terrific for the sport.
Norfolk Island in the women's.
Correct. And I met some bowlers this morning, gents over at Browns Bay, and small countries who've come a long, long way. The Falkland Islands is an example. I mean, they went via Chile, I think, or
that'd be right. They would.
I don't know how. I didn't actually ask them how long it took them to get here, but my God,
some time.
Oh my God, yeah.
They set off in June. I think.
Yeah. They had a day in Santiago, apparently.
Oh, wow. not a bad place to have a day.
Oh,
in, actually.
no.
I think it was the Falkland Islands. They practiced for the Commonwealth Games. They got short mat in, didn't they?
Yes.
And ran it down the school corridors.
And that's
Oh,
they had to adjust to the green at Browns Bay from their preparation was
be a little bit quicker than
not quite how you'd like it.
Oh, great to see. And bowls is bowls. John and I were having that conversation earlier as well. You know, you have outdoor bowls, but there's also short mat bowls and carpet bowls. Australia's got indoor bias bowls.
Correct.
New Zealand has indoor bowls.
Yep.
It's all the same. It's all the same game.
And that's what the Falkland Island players were saying to me. That they have been preparing on a short mat because that's, and then otherwise it's roll a bit of carpet out. So someone said to me today, it's all scalable
yeah.
in a way.
Doesn't sound a very healthy term, does it?
No. My saying is all bowls is bowls. So, but you're right. It's getting people with a bowl in their hand is the key.
Oh,
He's
just pinched a little
hell
bit.
bent on using those short bowls, isn't he?
Look at that. You just got that bunch there and you just think, oh, like it's been a magnet.
And he'll walk up and say, "Oh, I thought they were only half a metre short." So we saw a really good final between Samoa and Australia in the women's triple, and since the
And another one.
oh gosh, yeah, what's happened there?
Yeah.
Jack seldom goes back. And there were evident nerves within some of the players. These guys don't look as though they're nervous. The
No.
two Tokelau guys are just
Pretty
rocking
relaxed.
along.
Pretty
you know.
relaxed, yeah.
yeah.
Maybe they don't realise they're being broadcast. But,
Rightio, on the back end, remember they trail by 3, so Tokelau again, they need to score on this end to be a chance of winning the set. A 1 would be okay.
I think we've got a few people walking past the side screen at the moment. So
Just doing the reset.
Nice cloth that he's holding there, Neil. Did you notice? All blacks all over it.
it's a better line.
Did we win the rugby?
Yeah, apparently
Oh,
so.
cool.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Oh, it's a long way down there, it seems. A bit of a struggle.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Anything can be a bowls cloth, I suppose. Jan Shirley last year in the New Zealand Peers final, John, I seem to remember had it was like a beach towel.
Yes, she did.
It was a bit damp, so it was just about from the knee down to the ground.
Wow, look at this. That's 6 bowls that are all a couple of metre and a half short. And the shot bowlers, I wonder if that side bowler's the shot bowler. Might not be.
Just that little lapse, isn't it? Easy
yeah.
to do. Oh, I'm not sure about this one. Down to the oomph.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right.
I should never have doubted myself. Oh, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You're not always right, Alex.
Well, not often right. What a bowl. Oh, I was going to point out a plant, but it's the Tokelau. See the 2 bowls at 11 o'clock, you hit one of those, it could come through onto the shot bowl, but I'm not sure if that actually works.
Give that idea away, I think.
Yeah, no. Oh.
So, what your role when you leave here from New Zealand? What's first in line?
Yeah, first in line is probably after the time we've had, the time I've had with Brett is to really prioritise what 2025 looks like. And we've got the World Junior Championships being held in Hong Kong from the Under-25 Junior Championships indoor from the 2nd to the 8th of December. So we've got the Champion of Champions next week, starting on Tuesday, followed by the World Juniors.
Oh, right.
And then that's the end of the season, the calendar year. So and then have a bit of preparation for 2025. So, which will be, looking forward to a busy year.
How was qualifying done for the under-25s?
They're nominated by all
Nominated?
the countries.
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
It's just an entry process,
Yeah,
John, where they
fair enough.
can, as long as they meet the age criteria, which is
Yeah.
under 25, then in they come.
Oh, good.
And we've
Oh,
got a
that's-
good field there.
Yeah,
which is- yeah.
Oh dear. Well, it looks a little bit lonely. I think Finbar will just try and make his correction.
Well, that's a great way to finish
Yeah,
the year.
it is. And Hong Kong's been terrific to have, I think it's being a central place in the world. It's easy to get to
Yep.
for some.
Yeah, that's right. Not for Tokelau. I was just saying
No.
these guys to get to Tokelau, they have to fly into Samoa
Yeah.
and then get a boat too. So, we're just going for the weekend. Well, it takes a day to get there and a day to
Yeah.
get back. So,
And I think Niue, the flight only comes every 2 weeks, doesn't it?
every week anyway. I
Oh,
think
every
we-
week,
So
yeah.
one of the players here missed the flight home, so he has to wait another week.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh dear.
And what was the story? He was the baker. He's the baker,
that's
baker
right.
there, and
Yeah.
so saying, well, no one will have any bread for 2
I'd
weeks.
be pretty disappointed to not have bread.
Yes.
Can't complain going back to Melbourne, can I?
No, that's true. One of the great cities. Let's say. Have you been to Darwin?
I have. I lived in Darwin for 2 years.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I've
Yeah.
just done a trip though.
Did you?
Did that Garn
Oh,
train
fantastic.
from Adelaide?
From Adelaide, yeah.
Yeah. And
No, it's a good city and it's good, strong, good
I
bowls,
really
some
enjoyed
good
it.
bowling venues there.
Yep.
Very hot, John, as you probably
Oh,
found.
hell yeah. I could hardly move.
And humid.
Someone said, you got any tips for Darwin? And I said, walk slowly and drink plenty.
Drink water.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a 3.
Wow.
Gee.
So we're all square on the 7th end. Tokelau out of nowhere have clawed their way back to draw level with the New Zealand under-26 team.
And I think both Seamus Curtin and Finbar McGuigan will be wondering how that happened.
They blinked.
Yeah.
They blinked and they dropped a 3.
Yeah. Dropping 6 bowls short. So when you have a media invitation bowls tournament in Darwin, I'll be in.
Good job. Yes. I think we'll do it during the dry season.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Going to say, is the air conditioning?
Yes, absolutely. That's a must.
Yeah. Because their winter is sort of their summer, isn't it? Or
Yeah,
their-
it's the other way. And they
yeah.
play most of their sport during the dry season, which is May to September.
September, October. Yeah,
Much.
yeah.
I think they play league. Pretty sure they play league in our summer.
Mm-hmm.
Their winter.
All sounds far too confusing.
No. Shouldn't call it summer and winter. It's dry and wet.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
On the back end.
Well, he will be keen to make amends, even though they got 3 out of it, and 2 of them would have been his bowls, I suppose. He was
Oh, he's
a long way short.
been
with his-
nailing his line for the entire game, but just that weight,
Yeah.
John. See, Norfolk Island, looks like they're doing some live streaming in the background. Oh, they will be because they're in
Yep.
the final. So if you're interested to see that, I suppose type in Norfolk Island to something.
To YouTube,
I would say it'll be on
possibly?
YouTube or
I'd say so,
social
yeah,
media
yeah.
somewhere. Can have it going on one of your devices and the Box New Zealand broadcast on the other. Good bowl.
Yeah, well, I thought we were doing this, the women's game, so I had a chat to Shay Wilson, and she said, what do you want to know this information for? And I said, oh, well, just so I sound as I know what I'm talking about. and then we're doing this, not doing the women's. But what a great combination, her and Carmen
Yeah.
Anderson. With,
Oh, Carmen's a legend of the sport, isn't she?
yeah.
So her energy is so amazing, isn't it? It's so impressive. And Shay's has a lot of experience going. She's been to a number of international events too.
a
Shay.
couple of
She's-
Commonwealth
yeah,
Games and
absolutely.
World Champs and Champion of
Holds her
Champions. Yeah.
So if anyone is interested in having a dual device situation where you're watching the Norfolk Island Piers game as well as this one. It is you type in Norfolk Island Bowling Club onto your Facebook feed, and they're live streaming to their Facebook. At the moment, there's 8 viewers. Let's see if we can get that up from 8 to a few more.
Yeah.
Might be something interesting to have just going on your phone alongside this one. And given that Piers final is likely to continue going after we've completed this broadcast, maybe somewhere to jump to after this one is finished.
I mean, there's a lot, Alex, isn't there now in terms of the whole
incredible.
streaming?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's great for the sport and for all sport.
here we go.
Oh,
He's
look at
nutted
this. Oh, but
Oh,
unlucky just to slice it, but well played. I think, the game's more accessible than it ever was.
Yep.
And it is one of those watchable sports. You've got curling and darts and bowls and pool and snooker. They all have those moments where it can just be endlessly replayable.
Yep. I like your production, though, Alex. I think it's good the way you follow the faces. But this shot that we're looking at now, that's important. That's an important shot, I think, for bowls. Get the context of the bowl coming up to the head.
Yeah, for sure. We're very fortunate to have Max, our cameraman, who allows us to follow the players around. Sometimes gets away from the crowd, sometimes not.
He can no doubt hear us.
Yes, he can, yep.
There he goes.
We're usually not as nice, but...
Oh, poor Max. He's smiling, I think.
Yeah, call it a smile.
Right, here we go. This is the last end, remember, of this first set, and as you can tell by the score tick in the top left of your screen, it's 6-all. 2 sets, 7 ends each. Tiebreaker if required.
Oh, doesn't look happy with that bowl at all.
What do you think of the format, John? Do you like this format?
I do, yeah.
Just long enough? Yeah.
Because we know people's attention spans aren't great, are they, sometimes? And in particular, if you're getting new viewers, they don't want to be waiting for 3 weeks to get the result. So this is good, and there's enough action as well. There's enough fast bowls. There's enough. The skill factor is great, and people watching will say, that doesn't look difficult. I'm going to have a go at that, and then they find that it takes a bit of getting used to.
I think the 3-end tiebreak gives the players a chance to, expect that the players who play the best on the day will win the match.
They can't relax. There's no...
No. Every bowl counts, doesn't it?
There's no
Needs it
warming
to hold.
up.
Needs it to hold. He's got the perfect weight, but it's just run away.
Gee. Two bowls remaining behind the mat to be played.
Stalking after this one, Finbar McGuigan.
He's nutted it,
And
hasn't
that's
he?
why. That's a well-played bowl. What a shot.
Now that's... They only need one.
Be interesting to see. There's no real position for Tokelau. They could...
they have the 2 metre possibly,
Yeah.
I wonder, but I don't know whether it's worth that. Well, it doesn't matter if they drop 6, does it? It's 1 or 6, it doesn't matter. So, do you want to go out in a big way?
be intriguing. He's on his backhand, so that would indicate he's just going to endeavour to draw this. Be an unbeatable bowl if he
does. It's only
does.
been his green that's been letting him down on this end. Finbar McGuigan might not need to play.
I know he's close.
Oh, yeah.
He's close here. Look at it go. Look at it go. It's still going.
Oh, yes,
he's
there,
done it.
Right. Wow.
What a ball. Outstanding. On tenterhooks the entire time. Is it going to keep going? Well, you know, it seems a long time ago. Tokelau were 5-1, I think, down on the scorecard. Wasn't looking ideal. They've clawed their way back and they hold the set. Interesting to see. there's an option on the forehand for Finbar, which is to the left. That's what he's talking about now. Could just give himself a chance. You play a metre over. Anything in that area is going to get a good result. Could get a knuck in, squeeze it out to the bowl that sits at 8 o'clock to the jack.
And while the pair of them look as though they're discussing the shot, really what it is Seamus Curtin saying, I'm pleased it's you playing it and not me.
Sometimes players don't talk about the bowls, John.
No.
It's just a way of relaxing. Or how's the weather?
Yep.
Or what are we going to have for dinner tonight? Here we go.
Not too much time on the mat. Set up to go.
Sit down.
If he gets it well, he'll just ping there.
Nice.
Oh, he's close. He's really close. He's got it. Oh, he hasn't. Oh! Where was the gap? First set goes the way of Tokelau in this men's pairs final against the New Zealand under-26 team. Final bit of action here at the Oceania Challenge.
There he
There
is.
must have been only a gap of a bowl.
Yeah.
Staggering. So Tokelau scoring one shot, and we'll see if we can get a replay of that bowl Finbar McGuigan just played, because I'm not really sure where the gap was. So keep your eyes peeled. We'll see if we can spot it. Look at this. He's got the bowl. He's got the bowl. And then not
He
only
hasn't.
did he not get the bowl, but he didn't get the jack or any movement. It's
Extraordinary.
quite staggering.
He played it well, didn't he? As well as you would have thought.
Yep.
He could have got a result.
Couldn't have done much more than that, other than be maybe a cigarette paper
Yeah.
wider or narrower, and would have got a better result. But
Incredible.
can't take away from the comeback from Tokelau. They've done well here. They've snatched that set away from the New Zealand team.
They were 6-1 down after 3 ends.
And the beauty of the set format is that we've had a 7-end game, and it's a breath of fresh air now. We
Yep.
start from scratch.
Yep. And it keeps us engaged, doesn't it? So we've had a set. That's a great finish. Now, the last bowl of this set will be interesting. Possibly.
Just looking across to the match on the next rink, it's 2 ends gone, 1 each. So that's the final of the women's pair. Norfolk Island playing New Zealand under-26.
Bowl. That's the other question we had, Neil. John and I could have figured it out for ourselves, but we haven't looked. For the World Champion of Champions singles, that's coming up shortly, and I'm looking forward to being part of the broadcast team for that. It's the winner of the respective national singles titles goes forward to it.
Correct.
How long has that been an event for, do you know?
It's in the program booklet.
Yeah.
So if I could get a hold of one, I could probably tell you. It has been around for a while, though.
We thought
so-
about 20 years.
Yeah, I think you could be right, Alex.
One of those
So
prestigious
that's 2
events,
questions
isn't
we've
it?
asked you, and we've really put you on the seat.
I know.
Jackaroos and...
Yes,
when
I know. I knew the answer to the first one pretty well.
Yeah. That's good.
It is-
We've got you in here to talk about bowls rather
Yeah.
than history and that.
But it is a traditional event, and you can tell, talking to the players, it's the chance to win a world title. It's very important. And yes, there's probably been some players that have been here quite a multiple times or have had a crack at this event, but there's some new players this year, some new countries, so they're all practicing very diligently out at Browns Bay.
I think there's an argument that it's almost, you could argue that it's the hardest world title to win, right? Because
Yep.
a lot of these players have had to win their club event
Yep.
and then their regional
Correct.
event and then their national event.
That's
Then
right.
you fly to the other side of the world and you have to win the world event to
Yeah.
get it. Like, the effort that goes into that is just...
Well, for some,
incredible.
Alex, for others,
Yeah.
not so much.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, fair point.
We always have to ask some countries to say, have you actually won an event to come here?
Move to
Yes,
Liechtenstein
look,
or something.
it's
I'll
just
look
a
at some
double
of the
check.
nations. Yeah.
Yes. Some of the bigger countries, though, Alex, yes, you're right, you're spot on. They would have had to have won a lot of games. So
And I'm
it's
sure
always a bit like that FA Cup. in English soccer, wasn't it? Where you have to win a lot of games, particularly from your club, community
Yes.
level.
Yep.
So, which I think is always a good title to win.
He's played some really good bowls in this match. Penny Panapa. Sit that and he'll be even happier. Oh, it's his own, but he sat on it to keep it in quite a good position there for them.
I've been quite impressed with his weight control.
Yeah.
He's sort of, you don't see him lose a lot of bowls off the rink when he does miss his initial target.
And when you look at that, they're well positioned behind the jack too, so if he can move it, and that'd be in their advantage. But really, New Zealand are starting off this second set pretty well.
Oh, good try.
It's a fine line, isn't it?
Could have been interesting if you made contact there.
Yeah.
Decisions.
It's great to see a lot of colour in the uniforms too. I really enjoyed seeing Chocolau's outfit. It's very impressive, I think. Well designed.
Yeah, it's been one of the cool things I think about the last decade in bowls. We've seen particularly uniforms, but also bowls themselves get colourful. Though that has created a headache, and I applaud the red and blue bowl decision from World Bowls, because we have all these colourful bowls, and you try and watch a Fours game and understand what's going
I've been trying to tell people that, Alex, for a while now. It's I describe it as licorice all sorts.
Yeah,
it's not good for broadcast, is it? And spectators.
Great for the bowlers, but broadcast, it's much easier.
Yeah, I wondered if he was going to go this. Well, he's got the holes.
Oh, what a shot!
Gee.
What a bowl! That's unbelievable. He got rid of all three.
Hell. Well, it looked like he was finding the hole, and I think he did, but
I nearly
got an edge and an edge and an edge.
I nearly said, maybe he'll drive the outside one, and I thought it was too crazy. I'm not sure if that was entirely the shot he was going for, but what a result that was.
So sometimes when you're bowling, you think, no matter what I do here, it's not going to work.
Two, one.
Holding.
I got a couple there. I wonder. Yeah, that's the New Zealand bowl out to the right. So certainly one from a position of, I think, 3 down.
Yeah, at the end of this end, we'll watch a replay of that because it was pretty to watch. The follow-through bowl, the collision bowl too, did a lot of damage.
Oh.
It's pretty classy.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Alex. So, like, even now, we struggle, don't we, to know whose is which bowl. I mean, I know we've been watching it for a while, but if it was red and blue, well, we would know exactly who's holding.
Yeah, no, it was a great initiative for the World Bowls Championships that was held last, is to go, look, you get a set of blue, you get a set of red, and that's what you play for. It just makes it so much easier.
Yep.
And I don't have to, and they're not boring bowls either. We're not saying go back to black and brown, but just keep it simple.
Yep.
Big bowl here from Finbar McGuigan, a couple down. He's going to try and draw the shot here, and is he going to be close enough?
It's still going.
Yeah,
it's still going.
Good enough.
Oh, just. Oof.
Gee.
Didn't want to waste any weight with that one. Rightio, let's watch a replay of that drive shot. Look at this. Watch the collision bowl. 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful shot.
You couldn't have planned it, really.
Like when we talk about bowls being very watchable, imagine that on repeat. It's something that's very satisfying. Should probably put
Big
the score
discussion
up.
going on between the New Zealanders here.
Often this is a talk about game style. You talk about, well, we were 6-1 up or 5-1 up and we've lost 7-6. Why do we think that happened? And if they can identify a reason, they can then sort of play against it. It can be easy to give your opposition too much to use sometimes. If you're playing well, you can create quite heads that are easy to hit, too many bowls to hit. Sometimes it's wise to go, well, Seamus, you draw one on the jack and then put two past. All that sort of stuff may have been what they were talking about. Or, John, they could have been asking what they were going to have for dinner.
Yeah.
I don't think that was. I think they're just trying to work out the strategy here.
They brought the mat up a little bit, I think, haven't they?
Yeah. Let's try that, because this was the direction in which they were short, I think,
No.
two ends ago.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But if it was, it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think it was going that way,
It
wasn't
was
it? Because
too.
it was the
Yeah,
final
yeah.
end of the,
I was going
of the
towards
first
the
set.
clubhouse.
Lovely bowl from Seamus.
You talked yesterday about parabols and how much. It's just another thing that you're working on. There's a great number of people now using arms.
Yep.
Which probably would not fall into para category,
No.
and yet if it wasn't for the arms, those players wouldn't be bowling.
True.
Is it at all in the minds of world bowls that maybe a category of arms would come into it? Arm
Probably
bowls?
haven't really thought about that, John.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the moment, if an arm bowler showed up at an open tournament,
Yep.
I think we would let them in.
Yeah.
So if they came to the Commonwealth Games in the able-bodied section, they could play.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that will happen one day.
Absolutely.
Because some of them are quite deadly, I would say.
I think they should be banned. They're so good.
There's been a great debate in Australia for many years about and we've spent some time talking about different policies around whether originally you needed a medical certificate to get a bowler's arm, and then we took that away. So which didn't please some people.
I think it's just fair and reasonable.
Yeah.
And it's been cool to see there's so many bowlers that get 5 or 10 or 15 years added to their careers with the use of arms.
Alex, it's 100%.
There's no doubt. It's been a major plus.
That's taken off in New Zealand, you've noticed? Yeah. I think the last count in Australia was 20,000 plus bowlers.
I didn't appreciate how, some of them are made of titanium.
Yeah.
They're like super duper machines. Seamus, meanwhile, has played 3 great bowls, and you'd be unsurprised to see a bit of aggression from Tokelau later on this end.
Or even now.
Correct. On the back end.
I understand that in the UK there's a lot of sales of bowlers' arms as well, so...
Oh, look at this. Needs it to hold. Oh, that's not gone that well.
Gee.
Scattered bowls. And the rule on this, the respot is the 2 metre mark, which is covered by Seamus's bowl on the 2 metre. Even if you were to attack this, I think there'd probably be one left, so it'd still be down. So while it looks very inviting, I think the best shot for Tokelau is to draw as close as they can with all 3 bowls. Unless this bowl changes something.
Norfolk Island leading 8-1 after 4 ends of the women's pair. It's Carmen Anderson and Shea Wilson.
I think they won. They were in the final last time. As I'm sure I commentated on it.
There's Carmen in the background, rubbing her hands.
Just one of the great personalities.
Oh, yeah.
Or it may have actually been a multi-nations, John. at some point, I have commentated on Shane Carman at an important game.
I think it might have been a multi-nations.
Carmen, a lot of her career was spent skipping teams.
Yep.
That's moved down to that lead position now. It's a poor bowl from Finbar. He'll be disappointed with that. Left the gate open, or openish.
Full of concentration, trying to get it into those 3 bowls of the opposition, and that line is really good. What's his weight like? Is he going to carry it on? That was a perfect line.
Short of a gallop.
Yeah.
Huge opportunity here. You'd maybe play the backhand. If you're underneath that blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock, trail the jack a foot, you sit for 6 shots. Unless they're already holding 5.
Well, I think they've got 5.
Yeah.
If they're already holding 5, you don't need to move it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yep, right, so no need to change because it's actually already counting. That's why I sit behind the microphone.
It's a pity that for Penny Panapa too, that his bowler's right in line for his next shot.
Yeah.
Blocked himself. Not a bonus bowl from Finbar, but you're still 4.5 down for Tokelau.
Big bowl now.
There's nothing really to hit either because there's big gaps
No,
between
nothing
all the
to hit,
bowls. So your best result, you might clear 1 out. You're still going to drop a 3 or a 4.
I mean, both those short bowls are in a draw, aren't they, practically? You know.
I think for me, if you're on your forehand underneath the short bowl at 10 o'clock with a metre of weight, so you're looking to spit the jack out to the right as we see it, or hopefully bog on one of the white bowls, it's probably the easiest shot to play. But you're in or you're out.
Oh, yeah. He's going to play backhand.
Right, so the opposite of that.
Yep. And I think he just wants to cut this down, draw the shot or cut it down. What's he on to?
It's been narrow.
He's going to need a
It's gonna
slice
be
of
a
good
nothing
luck
bowl.
here. Inside out, inside out. Look at that. Oh, he's not done it.
Gee, would have got that.
That
Would have worked for him
straightened up
too.
for 1.
That's all right. Well, that's a
Big end.
big
5.
end. Yeah. Sounds like a mechanic talking, doesn't it? But it's a big end. Here we go. 5.
As we move on to N3. And I think now for Tokelau, it's a bonus if they can draw the set. Otherwise, you're thinking, well, we've still got, at the very minimum, this is going to go to a 3-end tiebreaker.
Yep.
So it's not the end of the world.
No.
And it should take off, psychologically, that should take off some pressure. If you just, from Tokelau, the game plan now is go, well, we came back last set. If we can draw it, if we just need to score 6 shots and keep them from furthering their side of the ledger, it'll be okay.
They don't want to relax though. How many times do you hear, well, we dropped a 6 and then we picked up a 5, or the other way around. So still got to keep on top of this New Zealand team, and Tokelau want to fight.
Last time I dropped to 6, I dropped a 5 on the next end, John.
Oh, did
So
you?
That's not what
Yeah.
happened. It was a great day.
So we see the scoreboard for the women's match at 6-1 after 4, I think. Inside edge, no. So thanks, Neil. It'd be really good catching up with
Yes,
you again
likewise.
today. And
Thanks for the opportunity, and well done again for the
Well,
great coverage you've
I
provided.
just think it's so such a great opportunity for bowlers in New Zealand and around the world who have been
Yep.
picking this up to find out what the plans are,
Yes,
what your
yeah. No,
ideas
we're
are,
looking- yeah.
how positive bowls is in the world, and even getting more and more
Yeah.
positive. So
And
thank
it's
you.
great to have, for New Zealand, it's great to have a new president, and
Yep.
we welcome Brett into the role, and he's got a good board behind him, so the future's very rosy. And thanks again for your coverage.
No, thank you, God.
Thanks,
Well
Neil.
done. That's very good. Well, I don't know what's happened to Pale there. He's the pressure's gone on a wee bit. He's dropped one that's about 48 feet short.
I think that's a slight exaggeration, John,
Yeah,
but it is short.
it's 3 metres.
It's just about settling down for Tokelau.
Yeah,
Like we've spoken, they know they're going to a tiebreak at a minimum, so if you just
yeah, they're
settle down,
in with a big chance.
anything can happen.
Certainly not short this time, so he's corrected well.
And that's a nice bowl.
Yeah, that's good. So we're at the Oceania Challenge at Royal Oak in Auckland. The final games are in action. Some of them are playoff matches for lesser placings than set first and second. I see Finbar McGuigan, who's the skip of this New Zealand under-26 pair. They dropped the first set 7-6 to Tokelau. That looked like a good track. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Well played. On the forehand.
Round that. Perfect bowl. Perfect bowl.
That's exceptional stuff. What a shot.
Under enormous pressure, having just dropped a 5 and probably 2 down when he threw that bowl down. He's drawn the shot.
Finbar clears the front one. Oh, he had perfect.
Ooh, it's gone up
goodness,
far
how
enough.
far is it going to go? It's deeply concerning for the New Zealand contingent. Same bowl again. He's been looking to give himself a chance here.
Gone a bit wide of that this time, but it's starting to work now. It's starting to work.
How's the weight? Oh, he's fallen short.
Yeah, just a bit wide, and it's what have we got for McGuigan?
It's almost a nice guide for Finbar because he can sort of, you're just going to be underneath that with a bit of weight. You can see just at the back,
Yep.
we've got Finbar's bowl that sits at 5 o'clock. You're probably drawing to that, do you think, John?
Well, he plays that same shot that saw his bowl end up there.
Rinse and repeat. 8-2 the score in the other final, PS final, between Norfolk and New Zealand.
Another single there to Tokelau.
Just into the...
Got one to play.
Are you saying he's not going to make it too, John? Desperately will want to make it worth 2. Holding the 1. They stage to come back in set 1. Can they do it in set 2, or are we going to see a tie break? 2 shots here would be a good start.
tighter this time, but it's holding. It's holding. Not going to run it out. Gee, that held well. I thought he was going to be far too narrow. So a single they take, and they're on the board in the second set, down by 6-1. So New Zealand under 26 leading 6-1. They dropped the first set 7-6.
And the jack is being delivered. Mid-length. Good crowd here. Norfolk Island cameraman must be getting sore.
He's crouching there. He won't be sore if that team continues to win the way it is. Up by 8-2, playing the sixth end.
I get very sore legs if that's what I do, John.
I like the way that Parley stepped back off the mat and just focused a wee bit more before he delivered that.
Was rewarded too. Playing a very good bowl. Seamus on the forehand.
Good response, very nice. We're getting back to what we saw in that first end, where all the front end bowlers put their bowls within half a metre of the jack. Another good bowl.
Nice bowls. The dream is alive, John. On the back end now.
Not just filming, he's commentating as well.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
He's taking my knee though, I see now. So.
Yeah. That's where they're coming from. And this is our
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
What a shot.
Yeah, very nice.
Beautiful bowl.
We'll get him to go the other hand. I wondered if he might, although because he's played two really good shots. I've asked him to go on the other hand, which gives them more options, I think. He likes it. That's all that matters. If your skip's happy, you're up and just over the jack.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Penny Anapa now goes down to the mat along with his opponent, Finbar McGuigan. Just a little bit of a conference there. They've got the green bowls are Tokalaus, so there are options for them on both hands.
I think the forehand would be the instinct, John, which is to the left as we see it.
Yep.
Two chances. You could go through the shot bowl or push the second shot up. But the back end works as well. So, six of one, half dozen of the other. Be whatever you feel comfortable with, really.
Yep. Forehand's the way he's going to go.
One of Brian Atkinson's bowls just thundering into the ditch there. On the forehand.
That's Olivia Manser just to the right there. She's playing with Atkinson. Here we go. So, options here. Sit the shot. Push your own bowl up. push your own bowl
He's
up.
got it.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
outstanding
Oh, yeah.
bowl. That is the best bowl you'll see today, maybe. What a shot. We're 3. Played to perfection, John, wasn't it?
Wonderful. 2.
Well, it's ugly for New Zealand.
Well,
Yeah. Good instructions there from Seamus. Racing a little.
that's all right. Future shots. Now, does he put another one there? Try and push up his own, the blue one, or make it, there's a chance for 3 here. But then what happens if Finbar blasts? Yeah, maybe he's pointing 2 metre.
I think you've just read his mind. Do I go to the 2 metre mark? Probably. You can see there Finbar's gone right past, so I think you're right, John. I think we need to be going deep here if you're the Tokel out team. Be happy with your 2. Would make it 3 the difference.
Yeah, I think if it was the 5th or 6th end or something, you might be saying, well, no, we'll just take the risk and we'll score.
Yeah, wise. This is wise stuff here. Not sure how well it's been played, though. Needs to keep running. We'll see if there's a clapping.
No. Oh,
No.
yep.
Seamus saying draw a shot. Interesting. He's close
Yeah, it's
too.
a better line, much better line than his previous. Although he might. Yeah, very good. He's taken one out.
Great bowl. Cut it down. Be pleased with that. Looks like you can... Oh, what would you play here, John? I'm sort of 50-50, to be honest. I'm not sure, because I'd be frightened if I played the back end, just to the right, that you might accidentally pop the jack back for them.
Yeah, because you're difficult to get 2 out of that. Well, it depends on where that last bowl sits. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you'd be just about looking to play onto
Yeah,
McGuigan's last bowl,
Finbar's
the
bowl,
blue
yeah.
and blue one there.
That's
and
worth a
sit for
3.
2. Yeah.
Oh, 2, yeah, you're right. On the back end, so that's what he's looking
Yeah.
to play.
Gee, it's fraught with danger, isn't it?
He doesn't look thrilled to be playing it, but I think he has to. On the back end.
Oh, I think he'll be okay with this for a start. He's liking it. That's not bad, not badly placed, as he wanted to come in here and sit. Oh, that was the shot. What a great weight. Everything was going well for that. He's playing some superb bowls. See the score there to the right at 6-1 after 3 ends. And yet we're just seeing such wonderful bowls. See Lisa White, member of the New Zealand, the Aotearoa Māori fours team, which won the gold medal earlier on, sitting in the background in the green and black.
Finbar on the back end. If he's got the weight right, I'm not sure if he does. It's just gonna... Yeah, he's disappointed with that one.
I think so too, because they had an opportunity there, a little bit of jack movement, but then it was dangerous, wasn't it? So 1 shot it is.
For the difference, we're on the 5th end. Tokelau in the process of staging their comeback. We see there, look at that. What a wonderful crowd we have here at Royal Oak Bowls for this Oceania Challenge. Lovely to see.
So just bowling there is Shay Wilson from the Norfolk Island team. She's been Been to a couple of Commonwealth Games. Played with her playing partner there, Carmen Anderson, many times on the international scene.
Trailing by 4.
Every ball counts now, Pale. Not a mile away. That's a good starter.
He's taking his time. Comfortable hoodies too, aren't they? Those
Yeah.
Dynasty
I think
hoodies.
he's got Carmen alongside him there. You see Carmen Anderson, and she's not the quietest player in the world. He's very active. You know, she won a bronze at the Commonwealth Games in Victoria in 1994, so that's 30 years ago. And since then, gold medals at World Championships, and one of the most decorated and most well-known bowlers.
Still very competitive.
Just corrected his green nicely, I think, here. Yep, good bowl. That's 2 good bowls.
Lovely
here.
shot.
Yeah, look, he's just waiting for that to settle. Keeping half an eye on how the New Zealand women's team's getting on next door. You see the scoreboard there, the second set has started.
Just a reminder that if you do want to watch that Piers file in conjunction with this, it's the Norfolk Island Bowling Club Facebook page that's doing that live streaming. Nice little gimbal and phone going. Maybe they'll even mute this commentary in favour of that one, John.
Yeah. So is that a gimbal, is it?
Yes, yeah, like a steady cam.
Oh. Not bad again.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah.
There we have the
Putting the pressure on.
Norfolk Island commentator, camera person.
I think that's
Camera
probably
switcher.
Kieran Lawler, who's the manager.
Wonderful job. Great to see more and more broadcaster bowls all around the world.
How many are watching now?
Well, they were on 8 before, so
Oh,
we're hoping to give them more than that.
Well, there'll be quite a lot of New Zealand fans interested in how that women's team's going. Oh, this straightens up nicely for the New Zealander. Not quite getting in for shot, though, I shouldn't think.
35.
35,
Yeah,
right.
great stuff. What a head of bowls this is.
Wow. This man has been drawing superbly. Tokelau, we're down 6-0. It's now 6-2. We're playing the 5th end. Here we go. In it swings. And it swings, ducks nicely,
Lovely effort.
gets it. Yep, good bowl there.
Wow.
That's probably in the count.
Feels like the comeback's actually on here.
Good again, pushes it out on this backhand side. Just a bit too much. Well, I've got the back bowl, I suppose, if they're looking at doing anything, but really it's drawable. That's a story. I wonder if he would dare go for that right-hand white bowl. Just draw. Yeah.
I think he was thinking about it too.
Yeah. Or would he come down the backhand and try and sit that? Or he could play the forehand and cut across and sit it and get 1, 2, 3, 4. He's a possibility of 5 here.
Across the head, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, under the jack. Oh, no, he's looking to go back.
That's a really bad time for a bug to fly into your eye, John. Or is he just wiping his eyes?
I think he was one of those take time to think.
I had hay fever once at Bolton, just started crying. It was unfortunate, not ideal.
It was nothing to do with the state of the head at the time.
Well, it was afterwards, yeah. Here we go, he's looking to go past. Has done so.
Oh,
that's a nice shot. I think that's pretty much what they were looking to do.
Can we see the 2 metre, Alex, or not?
Finbar's bowls on the 2 metre mark.
Okay.
You can see it just there.
Yeah. Finbar needing to just adjust his line.
He's close
like
here.
This. Yeah, this is good.
He's close here. How's the weight? Have you got the running?
Yeah.
That's outstanding.
Got it to himself. He's got 2 out of it.
Yeah, beautiful
Possibly
bowl.
2.
Never looked like missing.
No. And I just wonder now if, in hindsight, whether Tokelau should not have just tried to draw another in there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've
Even
got
if
no
it was-
position
even
either.
if it was short.
Tokelau, like you could look at hitting something, what are you going to achieve?
Nothing.
Very little. I don't even know.
I don't know if he's got what sort of shots he got here.
I mean, if he plays a bowl, the best result is probably to score a 1, I
Yep.
think, John. It's there's not a lot on. You've got Finbar's bowl right at the back at the 2 metre mark. Seamus's 2 white bowls that sit just past the jack. Not easy to find a way.
He's looking for edges in here, I think. Oh, gee, that was an edge that would have worked for him.
Well, it now feels, John, like we're going to be going to a tie break here, to be honest. I think Tokelau was staging that comeback, but New Zealand should score a 2. They should score a 2 here. Just heard Seamus say, favour us for 2. How to make the score 8-2. There's 2 ends to go.
Well, the way, you look at that head there, there's every chance that Tokelau could come back and score a couple of 3s. No, he's not going to play it. So they're saying it's a 2. So it is 8-6, 8-2.
8-2, 6 the difference. 2 to go. If New Zealand scores here, we go straight to a tie break.
Yep.
Because it would be uncatchable. So you just go straight into that 3-end tie break.
Well, Tokelau did everything possible to win that end, and it took an impressive bowl from Finbar McGuigan to upset a potential 5 or 6 even from, or 5 anyway, from Tokelau. So now they restart. 8-2 the score. New Zealand under 26 team. Finbar McGuigan and Seamus Curtin. Curtin leading. Luca. Oh, might snare the jack here.
Look at this.
Might just grab it.
Oh, lovely shot.
Last 2. Stays with it. That's good. This is a really good battle between these 2. Changes
down.
hands. Yeah. Oh, it's good. think too. So we're seeing another of these tight ends.
So realistically, the way back for Tokelau is 2-3s to draw the set and win the match, like we saw. Similar to what we saw actually with Australia in the previous game, wasn't it, John? Because it was 1.5. What did they win the set? 1.5.
Needs to be on the inside of this, not the outside.
Oh, he's not on the inside, John.
No.
Disappointing.
Yeah, not far off it. He's going to be inside it.
If he's got the running, this is a very good shot. He's just that smidgen short. Wow, narrow more than short. Been asked to play the backhand.
Don't know if he's going to come in again, is he? Just around. Well, that's good though.
That's
good
a very
position.
good bowl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Needs it to sit down, has done. How good are those stickers as well, John? I've seen Tonga has them,
Yep.
Tokelau has them.
Yep.
The stickers that have the colour and the white and sort of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. They look nice when it rolls.
Absolutely. They look really good.
That's my point. It's getting late.
I don't even know what the time is.
Apparently it's 8:01.
Oh,
There
is
you
it?
go.
Ah. McGuigan looking to capitalise on the situation that New Zealand finds itself in. He's got that shot. Oh. Unfortunate.
Two little wicks.
Yeah. So a little movement of the jack here, only a matter of 3 or 4 centimetres or so, would give them 3. Because it's a good situation here for Tokelau. I was going to say, Penny hasn't blinked for a long time. He's so focused, looking on the spot where he wants to land. Here he goes. This is an important bowl, I think. Backhand he's playing. Looking to reach to that jack. That's still a handy bowl there. That still gives them an opportunity.
I think you got a similar shot. The shoulder's there.
No, we just need to go up in 3s.
Yeah. Finbar's got something to say about that. Oh, he is too. Oh no, he's going to miss.
Oh,
Did that ball stay on?
into the ditch. Oh dear. Just a bit of pressure. Fascinating stuff, John.
So you have a look at the head, Alex, and see where that jack now, if it was to move back to about to his foot now.
Before.
Yeah, there before.
Absolutely.
Start ducking. Oh no, okay, so it'd be 5 if it moves back now. That's all, not all bad. Gee. Because he's played it quite well, he knows that line, even though changing hands appeals, and we're still at the pole to go before Penny plays his next, but changing hands appeals to bring the jack back to the right hand side there. He's been playing that other hand so well.
Yeah.
He's played 2 of them and just missed, been slightly wide.
Just see it again.
Yeah, so we'll see what Finbar does here. And he's only just missed with his target of the jack.
Close. Oh, he's found the gap again.
Right, big opportunity here for Tokelau. That's a handy bowl though for New Zealand, because now the jack can only move a few centimetres. Will he look at it changing hands? No, I don't. It's a bit hard.
Well, there's
coming
still a
through.
4.
Yeah.
If you play the backhand side,
Yeah.
move the jack a foot on the backhand, that would sit with 4.
But it can't be a foot and a half.
No, a foot and a half, yeah, it's not good. But a foot would be about right.
Yeah, yeah.
Huge
I
moments.
I wonder if he's considering that other hand. I don't think so. I think it's a bit too hard with that short bowl.
They spoke about it, trying to
Yeah.
draw around that.
So the short bowl on the left is, I don't know, if he gets under that, then he'd probably cut the jack the wrong way. So you would imagine he'll play backhand. And then when he stands up and plays forehand, we'll know that we were totally wrong. Oh, foot placement suggests we were totally wrong. Here he goes. He's playing that forehand. So he can see the jack movement over to the right as we viewed it. This is going to be a delicate shot. If he can nut this, then it's fabulous. Here we go. Through that little gap. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, what a ball!
Amazing shot. Absolutely amazing. You look at that gap that's on the left-hand side there, between those two bowls. It was nothing. And he's drifted inside it with perfect weight. And yes, you can say that was fantastic.
That's just absolutely incredible stuff from the skip from Tokelau. See if we can get that on a replay and rewatch absolute perfection. Look at this on the forehand. This is what he pointed at. Trail the jack back in that direction. That's as good as it gets. That is as good as it gets.
Definite 3, measure for 4.
Wow. We may see an umpire. Just in my excitement knocked over the button that does the graphics, but I think we fixed it, John.
Well, Parlay measured a 4. Seamus isn't going to concede that.
Decisions.
Up and down, sideways.
There's a bit of emotion too,
Yeah.
that we saw from the Tokelauian skip. Well, just wait for this decision.
Might be a different result out of this one. They might be calling for an umpire.
Right, I want to rewatch it. We'll watch the bowl again. Let's watch the bowl again. Another replay. It deserves a second go. Look at this on the forehand.
Well, as
we
said, if he'd gone under that, he wouldn't have got to the jack, and it had to be a perfect bowl between the gap, that little gap that was on the left.
It was such a good shot.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and it's worth 3, and it might be worth 4.
Such a good shot.
That's got to be one of the best shots we've seen this season.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what else to say,
No.
John. It was just such a good bowl. They've kept themselves in it. There's been some moments of magic from Tokelau.
Oh, we're going to full chock. So if we have a look at this match to date, New Zealand were up 6-1 after 3 ends of the first set. And then Tokelau scored a 2, a 3, and a single, and a 3 to go to 6-all. And playing the last, it was 6-all. They picked up a single. 7-6 Tokelau took the first set.
Oh, he's using... Oh, that's amazing. I love those. I like a good caliper
big
measure.
Calipers, yeah. And then in the second set, we saw New Zealand go 1-0, then a 5 gave them a 6-0 lead, and then it was 6-1, 6-2, 8-2, as you can see by the scoreboard there. 2 ends left. We've had the penultimate end. We're measuring for 4 shots here. We're measuring for 4 and we get 4 out of it. Tokelau with a wonderful shot from Penny Panapa, the skip of the Tokelau team. Maloni. Hey, Tokelau, brilliant.
We're now the 2 away. And they only needed 2. If they draw the set, they've won the Oceania title. Moments of magic here at Royal Oak Bowls.
Wow.
Not often I run out of things to say, John, but it's happening.
Well, let's see what happens here now, because there's enormous pressure on both these teams. Penny Panapa has shown that he's ice cool under pressure. I think that's up. Yes, they do. They agree. Paleluca taking his time. Gets that first bowl away. Yep. Good weight. Nice weight. Just a bit more green and he'll make the adjustment.
Quite an incredible match. We've been treated to so many great finals, haven't we, John?
Yeah.
How about we see the head?
Yeah, top opener there from Seamus. So the women's board, we could just see in the background there, 3 ends gone in their second set. Norfolk Island won the first. New Zealand up 4-2 in the second. Looking for a green adjustment. Paleluca. He's made that. Here, the little yip from a skip.
Handy bowl.
Yep.
Searching for a 2, the Tokelau team. New Zealand holding on by their fingernails here. Both sets they've got out to such a good start. And then Tokelau starts marching back. Andy.
The knees standing up to the pressure.
As is the entire Tokelau team.
Yes. Not a bad place to be.
Andy. Oh, still a little bit lonely. You can see there all the bowls past the head. Tokelau, remember, they get a 2, they win. If they don't score 2 shots, we're going to a 3-end tie break.
Well, we probably don't need to say much here. People can see and sense how tense this is.
It's actually gone.
This man coming off, one of the great shots of the competition. Possibly play the forehand because movement of the jack would favour them. Yeah, forehand it is. He stopped in his tracks, which is sometimes a good sign from him. Oh, everything going for it apart from the end product. He takes all that into the computer up top. make an adjustment. Finbar has got that nice target here of the second shot to just park up on.
Running.
Not there.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for a 2 to happen, John.
Well, this could be it. Plays that forehand, narrows it up a little. Reaches the shot. If he reaches the shot, he might just reach that jack and pull it across to the right as we see it. Not quite going to run this out either.
No.
Inching closer. Gee. Now that made it a bit harder.
The tension here.
Doesn't like it. Surely there can be no second miracle shot from Penny Panapa.
Well, it's on.
But yeah, coming in from his feet, through to the jack.
Pop it for 2 if he...
Yep, sit the shot, pull the jack slightly across to the right to the green bowl.
Just talking that through the options now.
They don't want to go to a tiebreaker.
You can just... the atmosphere.
The thing is, he doesn't have the last bowl either. Here we go. He's crept across with both of his bowls so far, getting closer to the target. He could possibly use that closer blue one of his, meaning a little slide off that would work for him because of where it's situated, just shy of the jack, just short of the jack. Here we go. That's a good line from him. It's starting to work now. He is going to use that. He'll get a wick on that. He will. He'll get the jack now.
Whoa!
There you go.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Magic.
Still one ball to go, but that is superb. That's worth 19 replays.
Magic stuff.
Just used that nicely. It was there from, wasn't it? As I mentioned, just short of the jack. He could use that, a bit of an edge, and it'll probably pull it across, and he picked it up perfectly.
The little island, Tokelau, currently have almost 3 or 4 hands on that Oceania Peers Trophy.
Population of 1,600 people.
Wow.
All the players live in New Zealand, but, they've all Tokelauans, got relatives in Tokelau. So I think I said earlier that if they want to visit, they have to fly into Samoa and then go to Tokelau on a boat. Big bowl here. This for an extra end. Here we go. And it misses. It misses, and it is Tokelau. And the Tokelau fans erupt. And there is nothing but praise for this combination, which has stood up brilliantly under huge deficits in these 2 games, and they've beaten the New Zealand under-26 combination and taken the gold medal in the men's pairs here at the Oceania Challenge 2024. A stunning match.
Oh, fantastic, John, and thank you very much for joining me in commentary for the finals that we've had. Well done to Tokelau. Just for our viewers, if you want to watch the pairs final between Norfolk Island and New Zealand that you can see going on in that rink adjacent to us. That has been live streamed on the Norfolk Island Bowling Club's Facebook page. We've shared it onto the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page too, so you can see it there. And it won't be the last you've heard of us. We get one day off, we get tomorrow off, and we'll be back from Tuesday with live coverage of the World Champion of Champions singles from Tuesday all the way through. So until then, so long, free well, and thank you very much for watching.